Good evening, everyone. I'm Tassinix, and welcome to a Conquest and Chill stream. So, last season of 5 vs. 5 is over. We have PB that just started. I should probably do some of those. And yeah, Conquest started earlier today. I preloaded energy, did some battles. So, I don't want to short you guys. So we'll go ahead and knock out some TV first. But that's no reason why we can't restart up the music. Get into your question. Get it. So, good morning, Vinal Tavi. How you doing? Yeah, let's think about that. It's actually very early. What are you doing? Damn. Depressed Wampa says, happy Monday, Task. What's your preferred loadout for the bugs? You mean the Geonosians? I think preferred is a pretty generous term. These mods have been on these characters for a long time. So Geonosian Brood Alpha, as I recall, wanted to have enough tenacity to be able to have some reliance on it. So a little bit added. Otherwise, bulky, decently quick. About 300 speed is as fast as anybody could really need her, I'd say. You can absolutely make her much faster than this, but why? Primary-wise, why do I go with health? I'll have to check. There is a chart that I posted. Resource. Okay. Let's see, where is Geonosian? That's why. Geonosian Brood Alpha's summon, the Brute, only has health scaling, so that's why health over protection. Yeah, you can tell I think about this a lot. Anyway, that was the idea there. Poggle, you just want to have some potency, decently quick. Geonosian Spy, I think, benefits from a crit damage, crit chance set. This is not anything special, but strong odds of critically striking work. Sunfac is generic tank mods. Whatever's clever. Yeah, kind of bulked out. And then Soldier, yeah, actually quickest of the bunch. I used to have him about 310. I can't quite remember why at this point, but there's a reason why I wanted him fastest of the bunch. He's the one with, what, 10 down on basic. Kind of nice to have 10 down applied before any of the other effects go out. So there's an idea for you. Okay, Ben Altabi says, did I see that correctly? We are getting Omicron refunds for the ones that are only for 5 vs 5 or 3 vs 3. That is what they have said. That is pretty cool. I have, I have invested Omicrons on those, so it would be nice to get a little refund for that. Hey, Link, good to see you in the chat. Appreciate you. Wow, you've been up doing Conquest all this time, Vin? It's almost 4 a.m.? That's intense, man. Sheepdog, hey, good evening to you. Good to see you. Always appreciate seeing all the patrons in the chat. All right, so yeah, guys, I'm kind of at your disposal. Hit me with your questions. What do you want to talk about? In the meantime, I'm going to knock out some TV. Very least on auto. Where's that Lord Vader battle? Get him, boys. Awaken777 says, hey, Tass, hey, everyone. Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's right. I got the chat thing on screen. I don't have to literally read out everything I want to respond to. Maybe you'll buy the 5 vs 5 after Omicron now? Yeah, why not? Never been a better time, and if you don't have a competing goal that's really demanding it, if you're a fan of, I mean, I know you're a fan of the stream, but it goes for anybody. If you're a fan of the stream, you know I love my Afra, so no regrets. What is my favorite anime and why? Wow. Wow. You're not gonna like the answer because it isn't the there's so many different ways. Wow, that's a good one. I gotta sit there and think about that. You just like fried my brain on that one, Link. Give me a minute. I'll circle back to you. What Africrons are essential for the Jabba counter? You mean Omicron. We can take a look at that real quick. We'll let Lord Vader finish his thing there, and we'll get to it. It'd only be Akira. I think if I had to pick one, it's also about time and place. Back when I was watching this, it was about the group of friends I was hanging out with and just all the kind of crap we were getting up to in the daytime. We get back to our friend's apartment and just play video games and watch anime late into the night, and Full Metal Alchemist was what was usually on, or Ghost in the Shell Standalone Complex, which was an okay show. I don't want to rate it too highly, but actually, Full Metal Alchemist was a good show. So I'd probably say that, but there are many ways to answer that question because, like, as far as like depth of story or art style, like there's like an award show worth of answers to that question. Hopefully you got something out of that though. All right, yeah, we got to take a look at the Afro Omicrons. How you guys liking the music? Can you hear the music? Yeah, the thing says you can hear it. Okay, Queen of Scoundrel. All right. I'll say I'll never regret this, right? Dark Side Droid and Dark Side Scoundrel allies then have plus 50% critical avoidance and plus 30 speed. So when you think about at the top of the game, there are no shortage of Bausches that are modded for crit damage. And so, yeah, this takes a big bite out of that. Furthermore, Afra's survivability is based on her potency at the start of the fight, so there you have it. You be that much larger. 10% turn meter refund. While they're debuff, they have minus 20% tenacity. Very nice. It's good stuff. What's this one? 5 versus 5. So I'd probably say the leadership is the most essential for 5 versus 5. I don't know. Maybe this one. So probably unique, then lead, and then rogue archaeology. Rogue archaeology is the one that you need least. I like this ability, but I would take this one last. But probably lead or unique then lead. I wouldn't really mind it either way. Yeah, the unique does a lot. I think the unique over the lead is what I would take, and then rogue archaeology in that order. Okay. Let's see here. This was the last question I thought would stump you. I'm honored. You're welcome. I enjoyed the question. Good question. All right. You haven't watched Full Metal Alchemist? I mean, it's good. It's not like when you watch it. I really like the theme. I really like the themes of the show. Very, very much. Very, very much. Gosh. Real ones know about the 12 Kingdoms. Bastard, the original. I heard I've seen some of the remake. And it's entertaining. It isn't quite as vulgar as the original. But good stuff. Alright. Good, glad you like the music. Andy. Legend of the Galactic Heroes as a series. Never heard of it. Taking a look at CX2 yet? I actually haven't fully read through the kit, but I did have it here. I mean, we can start from the top. So, alignment, dark side, category, support, clone trooper, and empire. Key attributes: support for Lord Vader's new dark side clone troopers squad. Helps the squad take down the enemy one target at a time by inflicting Order 66. Counter squads that dispel debuffs, like damage over time. Synergizes well with Oppo by reapplying his dramatic entrance upon every enemy defeat for an even more dramatic battle. He inflicts disarm. Whatever. I don't even remember this character right now. Strategy tips: it is optimal to commit and target the same enemy until they are defeated. With CX2, applying Order 66 lets all Empire allies ignore taunt on that target, which will be instrumental in taking down the most dangerous enemy quickly. Using CX2's special ability whenever possible is important to maximize damage. In 3 vs 3 JC with his Omicron, CX2 is untargetable while Oppo is alive, who is hard to take down when with Lord Vader. Yep. What? Oh, yeah. Here's where they comment about the partial refund. Yeah, Fennec. I guess I should read this FAQ. So it's a marquee unit. Split for 3 vs 3 will be Oppo and CX2 with Lord Vader, and then the other two characters with target. Can Fennec still counter them? Fennec should no longer be able to counter Lord Vader with these units. If a scenario occurs where she can still manage a win, we will intervene. So that's highly disruptive for me. I've had Fennec in the same mod for actual years. Gonna have to seriously reconsider her. Big bet. Ooh, this is a banger of a track. The drama of it, yeah. All right. Yeah, Order 66 does bad things. His Omicron states, whenever any stacks of damage over time are dispelled on the enemy, they gain a stack of damage over time, which can't be dispelled, evaded, or resisted until the end of battle. So, it's like Darth Vader's lead, right? Yeah, right, yeah. This helps prevent enemies from gaining turn meter. Yeah, man. Alright. Basic. Well, actually, here, let's see what we got. We got how many uniques? Unique 1. You chose the wrong side. Data and Omicron. Final text. Whenever an enemy dispels a debuff, all Empire allies gain 10% bonus protection until the end of the encounter. At the start of battle, if Oppo is an ally, all Empire allies can ignore taunt. Ignore taunt effects to target enemies inflicted with Order 66 and gain instant defeat immunity until the end of battle. All Empire allies, just for existing, can ignore taunt effects to target enemies in 66 or until CX2 defeated, which can't be copied, dispelled, or prevented. If all allies gain dramatic entrance at the start of the encounter, all allies gain dramatic entrance for 2 turns whenever an enemy unit is defeated. Design note: dramatic entrance is defined as plus 25% offense. Also, deal bonus true damage equal to 10% of the target's max health, which can't be evaded. Also, gain 20% turn meter and dramatic entrance for 2 turns if this ship unit defeats enemy. So, yeah, originally this skill only comes from fleet, so that's why it's defined that way, but you see how it works. While in 3v3 Grand Arenas, Empire allies gain 100% max health. Uniques execute ahead of leaderships, right? So yeah, that's good, that's good. That means the conversion. We'll have to see how that plays out. All allies at the start of battle are Darkside Clone Troopers and or Lord Vader. All allies gain 50% offense, and the first time they fall below 50% health, they recover 100% health and gain 30% bonus protection for turns. That is monstrous. Whenever any stacks of damage over time are dispelled on the enemy, they gain a stack. Wait a minute. Yeah, this is the Omicron section. If Oppo is active, CX2 is immune to taunt effects and can't be targeted during enemy turns. So you can't mark him. You can't focus him down like that. Unique 2. Focused and determined. Data. Final text: at the start of battle, CX2 gains 10% max health and offense for each other Empire ally. Yeah. At the start of each encounter, CX2 stealths for 2 turns. While another Empire ally is active, CX2 ignores taunt effects on his turn. So does this imply that Leia is getting set up to be a counter for this? Naturally? Whenever CX2 uses an ability against the same targeted enemy that he did in the previous turn, he gains 50% crit chance and potency, stacking max 100%, and all Empire allies recover 15% health and protection until he uses an ability on his turn against a different target. So you can keep perpetuating. Whenever CX2 uses an ability against the same targeted enemy 3 times in a row, inflict Order 66 on that enemy for 2 turns, which can't be copied, dispelled, evaded, or resisted. Okay. Basic: infiltrate and extract. Final text: deal physical damage and inflict speed down on target enemy for 2 turns. On CX2, on his turn, if the target enemy has Order 66, Empire allies gain 10% turn meter, recover 10% health. If CX2 was stealth, recover an additional 10% health. CX2 stealths for 1 turn. Special: Instruments of the Empire. Cooldown of 3. Final text. Deal physical damage to target enemy and inflict them with disarm for 2 turns, or until CX2 is defeated, and remove it from all other enemies, which can't be copied, dispelled, evaded, or resisted. Inflict target enemy with vulnerable. Empire allies gain bonuses based on their role, and if there is an active Lord Vader ally, he gains all of these bonuses. Attackers gain offense up for 2. Healers and support gain speed up for 2 turns. Tanks gain 30% bonus protection for 2 turns, and Lord Vader gets them. Wow. Okay, well, I mean, we see the benefits here. JML, kiss my ass. JMK, kiss my ass. Well, I mean, it's most specifically to JML, because JML's like, haha, we have multiple means of dispelling your dots so that we can use our coin and gain turn meter. Haha! And then Lord Vader's like, kind of bad. So, alright. I'm excited. I'm excited. This is shaping up to be a hell of a team. Alright. Yes, I agree, Wildens. Getting half refunds on all these Omicrons is awesome. Hey, Robbie. Good to see you in the chat. Did you find a way to pay and activate this the day before? Pay and activate what? I did unlock Oppo here at 7 stars today. I have the Omicron. Can I show you the, sorry, I have the Datacron. Can I show you the Datacron? Aw, boo. Can't do this to me. Boo. Is there a way that it's gonna show? Hey, there we go. Check that out. That's a bad boy. That's a bad boy. We'll see how that goes. Glad you like the music, man. I hand-picked this track list off of YouTube Music. So like completely like royalty-free music, but there's a lot of tracks to choose from. And all these are hand-picked. I don't have so many in this playlist so far, but trust me, we're going to build on it. I'm glad you guys like it. I'm glad you guys like this, because this music works for me. I can play anything to this music. All right. Yeah, we still have 2 clones left. That's right. Yurokoro, the prod up is devious because of how much health the team has. Seriously, it's going to be insane. Who's really well equipped to deal with this? I mean, you could use Chewbacca or Chupio with Leia. You have an AoE Dispel with Rebels. You could use Baze AoE Dispel. Trying to think about what GL is actually well, predisposed to dealing with. I guess, of course, Slacker will likely still work. Things like that. Yes. Yeah. This Datacron's gonna be... Alright, we got ads up. I'll try and hold off on answer anything new while we're waiting, but yeah. Let's get the next battle started here. Get more questions in the chat and we'll get back to answering them when we're back from ads. I've done this one before and it just... I don't remember how I did it. Do it like that. I can't remember. This can't be targeted overall taunt. Ignore like Drogon's? Yes, that is what it would mean. It's to any target that's inflicted with Order 66, though. You'd have to fulfill that first. Okay. Alright, we're back from ads. Nicely triggering our tie dodge. Get that ability block. Aw, boo. Nobody. That was the other alternative. We could always have it happen absolutely. Is that another dodge? My god. Why can't this happen to me in Grand Arena? Ooh, that is dangerous. There. We haven't had any of our other sides die, so... That's... Oh yeah, the scythe just got completely gigapiped immediately. I see that now. Okay. Wow, that was a decisive tap there. Yep. No es bueno. No es bueno. Alright. You tried. Next question. What do we got? Any plans for Jocasta pre-Vanguard comps and modding? Not really, man. It's just not going to be worth it to me, because I'll put a lot of effort into finding what looks like the best utilization of the whole kit once we know what we're meant to have. You think about it, go check out Action real quick. So you can reasonably expect that Jedi Master Windu, you know, going to be the leader, I imagine. And then Jocasta and Kelleran would certainly be the root of your 3 versus 3 team, I think, at first. They pretty much said these two are kind of meant to be together, so we can accept that. So that means who are the other two? Realistically, Barriss, Plo Koon, Ayla, interesting. Let's be real, they're probably going to put something that has protection up into the team, so again, this Omicron Luminara will continue to do nothing. But yeah, I don't really have any early plans on her, so we'll see what comes out. I mean, I'll have her probably relegate day 1 all of her Omicrons. She'll be ready to do something. I want to say she's got true damage in her kit, so something makes me think offense. We'll see. She is an attacker. What's her mastery? Good chance in damage. We can make this work. The other Vangs are going to be Deepa, Bilaba, and the Temple Guard. Yeah, we don't know their kits, anything about their kits, though, right? So, I think the question was, like, how am I going to use her at first? I guess we won't have Windu, so who would the lead be? I guess Kelleran? I can tell you right now, I will see Kelleran Jocasta. Varys. Shakti Ayla, something. Shakti Luminara. Is there any protection up in any of those characters? I want to say no. I don't recall if she does protection up with something. Yeah, protection-based stuff. Can't be revived. This is just a hopefully large kit. Holy crap. This is interesting. Gain all this crit damage. Oh, it's on cool. Okay. Yeah, Caloran lead then at first, Jocasta, and then something. I expect to see that used somehow. I'm not 100% sure yet. With the Omicron with the Omicron refunds coming in, I wonder which Omicrons outside of GAC would I recommend placing. They'll have like 10 full Omicrons available after the refund, says Vin Altabi. Interesting question. Is that the end of the playlist? Oh yeah, we'll pack that. I gotta get more tracks. Gotta sort through more. I'm sorry, where were we? Oh yeah, the Omicrons. Well, first of all, I'm not going to be the guy that recommends Conquest Omicrons. TB Omicrons are, in some cases, really nice to have. Let's see who jumps out. I don't know enough about whether... For all the Spectre characters, I had enough Omicrons in excess at the time that I just picked them up, so I can't tell you what it's like playing without them. Outside of GAC? That's an awkward question. I'm mostly a GAC player. For TW, my answer always is what your guild's priorities are. Any guild worth their salt is going to have a list telling you what's the minimum number of TW Omicrons they expect, and if you don't have them, or even if you do and there's more coming, what order to apply them. And as long as you're doing what the rest of your guild is doing, your effort isn't wasted. But TB-wise, I know a lot of people swear by, what is it? Yeah, I'm told that this special is bugged and works in other modes of play. Insane if true. So that one might be worth taking. I don't think I mind having all these abilities, but I'll be honest with you, I was long since clearing the special mission in TV without any of those Omicrons. It just takes a little more mod love. Enoch is a good one. I like that one. Of course, there's also the one for Paz, but I don't think you need that one for the TB. Just need a lot of relics just to qualify. This one hasn't felt that decisive. Yeah, I know it looks like a lot of stats. Again, I was clearing it without it. Maybe it's okay. I have it. It's all right. I still sometimes lose that mission, though. Usually not related to him dying. Again, why take it then? Hu Yang, what's his? That's the TB one? Yeah. Looks like it might be really good. Tough to say. Oh man, I gotta fix them. remember. Put up some. Ooh, Finn is a super high value TB Omicron. When I tell you that there is not a single wave that can go by where you can't apply this. I mean, assuming you have sufficient relevance. But this is ridiculous. Absolutely love that Omicron. Do I get any use out of Trench in TW? Yeah, as the guild requests, yes. In the current meta, not usually seeing him, but we're about to have Separatists coming back here with the new Datacron set that we're farming right now in Conquest. So look for them. They will be back. They will be in your near future. Yeah, Jedi Cal Lead says Aoi Hero is a good one. That's fair. I want to say before I move on from this, are there any other... How Katarn one hasn't felt all that special. Nah, I'd say that's pretty fair. Now, of course, I'm being asked this question in a guild that's getting really high score. So we're not doing a lower level of TB. So I'm not thinking about how I might have to compensate for lower level relics or mods by having an Omicron. If you're at a part of the game where not everything that you have is Relic 7, Relic 8, pushing into Relic 9, maybe some of these other TB Omicrons might be worth it to you as a quality of life. But be choosy. Most of them are eh. Is there a list of Bin TB only is wild, Tailspin? You're absolutely right. Hold on, let me... Prokaryotic Stupid says JML Jocasta HK with his Kron. No idea what it'll be, but endless AoE fear via her basic. I don't know her kit well enough to say. Interesting. Okay, I can see that. The Gungan one is nice as well. Yeah, Tailspin, thanks for that. That's a good notable mention. I like that one. Gungans are usually applicable. Yeah, no guild I've ever been in has ever asked for TB Omicrons. What I'm talking about when I say what your guild is asking for was TW. That's why I'm really hesitant to recommend, because it's more about what your guild's priorities are. And stop and think about it. You might sit there and think on paper, oh, well, these look really strong. If I get these ones for Grand Inquisitor, yeah, but if you're the only one doing it, it doesn't matter. It's just a drop in the bucket, right? If all of you are going for Grand Inquisitor, all of you are going for DTMG, French, any of those characters, like it's about a unified effort, a prioritized effort. That's how a guild's going to have a reliable set of tools for the War Masters to work with. Is everybody kind of marching in step with priorities. So it's really more about what your guild wants than what is objectively better on paper. Marok Omi is a good one, Darthlink. Man, that is a stomper. If your guild in any way struggles with earning Riva shards and you're still, earning Riva, wow, does that trivialize it? And then basically, anywhere that you want to use him, you can use him with Inquisitors for other missions. I also use Balin straight up with the full regular Inquisitors team, so I don't bother with Marok in there most of the time, to be honest. Yeah, Finn's Omicron's ridiculous, Finn Altabi, but Cassian hasn't been that hot for me, I'll be honest. What about the Padawan Obi-Wan Omicron, says Sheepdog? Yeah, I know a few folks are really big fans of it. The main advantage to it is that you're able to complete feats that are related to debuffs and whatever super quickly with that. My issue is, so what? Like, you're able to do it in 2 battles and I have to do it in 20. Okay, well, if I'm grinding Sector 4 and I'm getting materials that I'd be simming for anyway, then I'm just setting up the battle, putting it on auto, and doing it. Like, why would I spend 20 Omicron materials to save myself Conquest battles when it's there for 2 full weeks? Like, what do I care? It's not, no big issue. So, that's my thing. It's not that I'm saying it's bad, it's that, my God, do you really have all those great GAC Omicrons that you've been thinking about, kind of on the fence about? You really have them all that you're thinking, man, I sure wish I could get through Conquest faster. Not doing it. Fifth Brother or some of the other Inquisitors that are pilots. What about the pilots, DJ? What am I missing there for you? Okay, Owie says, my guild gets 47 stars in TB. That's a really strong score. Being able to throw random characters under Jedi Cal and get 2 out of 2 no matter what, I love especially at R9s. Absolutely fair point. So Jedi Cal, all the Jedi Cal ones are pretty good. The lead is, I think, probably the best one for TB, but considering that I've heard that that's special, the offense gain, active in other modes, please correct me if I'm wrong about that, but I've heard a few people, handful of people, say that that is the case, and I haven't heard anybody kibosh it otherwise, so, not 100% on that. Yeah, Owie, if your guild isn't unified and you're just wanting to place TW Omicrons, I would say hold off. Find yourself a guild that more aligns with what apparently is your goal of getting more results in TW, and then do whatever their priority list is. Seriously, whatever you're doing with TW Omicrons, if you're not in a guild that's making, a prioritized effort, you guys don't have to be hardcore about it. It just has to be, if you are signing up for TW, if you intend to be a regular TW fighter, this is our priority. And, we expect that it could be reasonable. They could say for every 2 GAC Omicrons you place, please place 1 TW. For every 3, place 1 for TW. Whatever the case is. You don't have to be hardcore, but not having a priority and not having people follow the priority, what are you all even doing? I don't know. Yeah, Tailspin says, if you are low GP or struggle with the debuff feats, I got it when I was low GP and it helped so much. So there you have it. At the time that Conquest came out, I was already an endgame account. So I never struggled in a way where I felt like, man, I'm sure running out of options to fulfill these debuff conditions. And if that applies to you, if that situation applies to you, don't let me tell you you're wrong. Like, pick that up. If you told me that the difference between red crating every conquest and not was 20 Omicrons applied one time and I benefit forever, 100% I'd do it. That really reframes what we're talking about there. So again, I had the roster where I was never struggling to have the material to meet these feats. Just the wild excess to meet. But I think for somebody else it could be a big deal. Owie says, like my guild has 16 attackers. We join with 35 members, but there are like 6 or so people that get 0 attack banners. I've been putting TW Omicrons because I have to do like 30 or so battles easy in TW and need the firepower. Thoughts? I think that, most guilds that have that low of attack participation but still have that many people signing up, they're telling people it's okay to just max out whatever they want setting on defense, and then the attackers will do what they can, what they want. If you're more serious, if you want a more disciplined approach to TW, you want more results, you need to get a different guild. Don't try to change the guild you're in. They have a culture. If they're trying to be chill and the leadership of that guild is comfortable with people signing up, setting a bunch of defense, and if you attack, whatever. If that doesn't jive with you, get up out of it. You know, don't wait for them to get better. Get on out. There are many guilds that are hungry, that want it, of all different sizes. So get on out there. Find it. Hey, Empire Lifts Back. What up, Tass? What's going on, man? We're just chilling here, listening to music. Having a good time. I enjoy this track list. Okay. I'm so proud of my guys. Oh, Datacron says, I'm so proud of my guys. We hit a 10-win streak in TW with last war. 2 to 3 key Omicrons make a huge difference on defense. That, no doubt. It's really about what the guild is committed to doing. Because I'll tell you this much. Having spent years with War Masters, helping consult on TW strategy in some guilds, War Masters need a complete set of tools. It's not that they need everybody to have every Omicron, but if you're going to have a team where, oh man, we want to make a dedicated effort at doing stuff with Trench, then you need as many people with Trench Omicrons as possible. You know, and if you've got somebody else just going off on their own doing DTMG or GI, it's not that the War Master can't use it, it's that it's more powerful when you have a unified effort from the guild. It creates fewer paths for the opposing guild to cut through. You know, if there's a wall of 50 teams and only 40 of them are Trench and the rest of them are some kind of junk because it just doesn't fulfill whatever the strategy is. You know, they're going to clear the 40, they're going to clear the 10, and then see 10 teams cheaper what you were trying to draw out on that wall. So it's a big deal to not have unification in a guild. That's my personal. Link says, Tass, I'm going to miss Red Crate by 27 banners again, just like last time, since it's the same problems of not having the special teams. I'm really sad to hear that, man. Sorry that that's the case. I hope that you get that crunch resolved. I know we're going to have an all-new Conquest next time, so hopefully it's not going to affect you, but I hate that, man. Hate to hear that. Swag Frog says, any chance you could enable redirect so I could drop off some viewers here? Well, thank you, first of all, Swag Frog. Sorry, it took me a second to get to you. I think I've seen that before. How do I do that? Optimization. There is redirect. Add. Search videos. Choose specific video. How do you enable that? There's a redirect. I don't know how to change that setting, my friend. I'm looking. Give me a moment. Nope, that isn't where it is. In the customization section, I see redirect. Not a worry, you go into edit stream. Yeah. Okay, I think, check that out. See if that works. I think I just added you for this purpose. I'm not 100% I did that correctly, Swag Frog. But regardless, you know, appreciate the gesture. If it works, awesome. If it doesn't work, really appreciate it. Thank you. All right. Back to it. Frozen Italiano responds to Darth Link saying, you know, keep in mind, you can do the Imperial Remnant stuff with G8 4-star characters, even on hard. Darth Link, yeah, follow up with him. If there's a way for you to get that red box, get it done. Get it done, man. Always get the most rewards you can. He says, all you really need is voluntary Vanguard. It shouldn't be too hard to pick one of those up. Make sure that Enoch doesn't get targeted. That's all you're trying to do. Find a Geonosian node that has almost no AoE, and you'll be able to get through it. Several weak point cards can help to ramp them up enough. Nice. Thank you for sharing that, Frozen. Fortified is also nice for the TM and extra defense. Good tips. Okay. It's not popping up on your end, Swag Frog. Here, let me show you. Here, I'll drag this on screen. This is what I did. I hit edit, there's customization. Down here is redirect, and then said, yeah, I did like this. I searched Swag Frog, and there you are. It says you're live. I checked that like this, and then I hit save. I can't even change it if I wanted to. So, is this what you meant for me to see? All right. Anyway, let me check for more questions. Nice. Good luck with you on that, Link. Oh, that's how I send people to other creators. Shit. Yeah, I am not deeply familiar with all the YouTube side of things. So where to do it? Where to do it? Where to go? There's a settings widget in the bottom left. Breaks. Yeah, it doesn't look like anything's there. Where to go, boss man? You tell me where to set it up. Be helpful to know. Oh, so what I just found is how I would be able to raid into you on YouTube. Is that what I just did, Flag Frog? Good stuff. Yeah, Link. Good luck to you, man. I really hope you get that red crate, for sure. I appreciate it. Thanks for educating me on that. Looks to be channel level settings. Party overlay for breaks. This is the only thing. Yeah, channel here. Let me kill the camera. See, it says right there in the bottom left here, channel level settings. That's what I've just shown a couple times, though. It doesn't look like it has what you're looking for. Studio. Channel settings. Advanced settings. Oh, not that one. Not that one. Community, you're saying? 5G. All channels can redirect my content. There you go. Hey, we have the technology. Okay. All right, we're back to going live. Thanks. Appreciate that, man. We'll see if that works. Thank you. Man, I learned something. Boga Overlord rating on my own until you all figure this out. Well, I think we just got it. Well, hey, appreciate it. Thank you. Wow, a couple content creators I'm not deeply familiar with. Swag Frog and Swugga Overlord. I wish I had a shout out for that. Make that work. We'll figure it out, though. Is there a shout out for YouTube? Yeah, of course. I'll talk to Womprad about it and get it set up. Thank you, guys. I've been meaning to get that done, so thanks. Darth Link says, Tass, considering you're at the top of the game, I assume you're pretty competitive. I do want to be the very best, like no one ever was. Yes. Yes, I do. That being said, if you're trying to win and someone gave you the win unearned, how mad would you be? Like, just conceding it? I mean, it would feel hollow. There would be other battles after that where I would feel like I'd have the opportunity to feel like I've earned my place if it artificially gave me a win. But that's not going to happen. All the folks playing at the top of the game, I mean, seriously, it's so vanishingly rare to think of somebody that I would even have the first frown at. As far as like a real regular competitor. Like, they're all such stand-up dudes, so it's not really an issue. Oh man, my title is an oxymoron, Task. What's wrong with the title? I'm prone to error. This could be the case. Oh, you're not a content creator, Swuggo Overlord. Oh, okay, okay. You got a content creator sounding name. You sound like. But hey, appreciate it, man. Appreciate it. Yeah, thank you again, Swag Frog. Hey, thank you for the sub, Swuggo Overlord. Thank you kindly. Why isn't the thing going? Huh. I wonder why. Dream Element. Sure for the top side. Regardless, thank you so much for the sub, man. Welcome to the channel. Alright, I just gotta make sure you have the drive to be the best so our matches as pure as can be. Let me tell you something. I have been doing this now for years. And I have been here through the good metas and the bad metas. People have quit for umpteen reasons, and I have persevered. I had been in the top bracket for a long time, more than a year ago, but then I had a loss streak, and then this erodium bug kicked in and basically kept me out for about a year. And now I'm back up around the top bracket. I went 1 and 2 in this final week, so I'm probably in bracket 2 to be perfectly honest, but that's close enough. The point is that if you, I know you're hungry to make the climb, Link. If you're about it, come see me. I'll be here. I'll be here. I've been here this long. Come see me. Stefano. Ziltoid asks, if you could have only one focused Datacron, which one is the must-have? I think that's a very savvy question. All right, so dig this. I think that as a generic use, like most... So think about it like this. The benefit, the disproportionate benefit of these focused Datacrons... Oh shit, let me put the camera back on. The disproportionate benefit of these focused Datacrons is that lower level accounts can engage with them because the requirement to use them is only Gear 5. But when you stop and think about it, how many people that are, gung-ho to get involved with Datacrons at Gear 5 are going to have Afra at the ready? Dadbod Boba at the ready? I don't think so. I think they're more likely to have Zalbar, likely to have Hera. So depending on which part of the game you're at, I would say, certainly for the younger accounts, Hera and Zalbar will at least get some value out of the ability. That said, I think that the Phoenix Cron is one of the weak. I'm not 100% sure what this is going to do that it wasn't doing before. I don't know what guard is really adding into this team that is allowing us to take on new matchups. It doesn't immediately jump out to me. Not here to say it's useless, but I'm just not seeing it. Okay? The stats are not bad on the Crom, but other ones have better. So with Dadbod Boba, now if you're in a TW guild and your guild, probably long since has had Dadbod and Fennec, this is probably the most interesting Cron for a TW guild because it's enabling a new 2 versus 5. The power of this counter is dubious though, because there's been a lot of testing early on here, and the consensus is kind of cool, but not quite powerful enough to do what you would be aspiring to do with it. So maybe if you're TW focused and your guild's about it, maybe get this one. Afra. For those who have Afra, this is bonkers. Especially if you've also been working on Jabba, you've got, Chrysanthemum, you can make use of this. Because honestly, there is no reason why you can't use Jabba on offense. And let's say in 5 vs 5 you still wanted a tank. Gamguard is still there for you. Gamguard never left. People sleep on the piggy, but the piggy was always there, blinking in the background. So Gamguard can be your man. He can be your Huckleberry for offense. It's not really that great of a tank if you're going to set him up. But yeah, you're going to do that split because you want to do something fun with Afra. So again, you have her, scoundrel allies. So think about this. outside of just using this with Aphra herself, how many Scoundrel teams are there where you can make use of this level 6? Scoundrel allies can ignore Taunt to target a debuffed enemy. Kind of nuts. This 000 is pretty good. It makes 000 much more likely to get multiple uses of torture out, I would say. In addition to the protection disruption. Nice. Just crazy good stats for Aphra, right? All this potency means that she is going to be massive. And then, of course, this Giga Doubt. Whenever our allies are reaching 90, 70, and 50% health, it's going to be good. Aphra can't be targeted by enemies if active dark side droid. All dark side Scoundrel allies when she dangerous tech. That's the droid's summon ability. Aphra, Chrysanthemum, Darth Vader, and Darkside droids are immune to thermal detonators, so, you know, it's just kind of free lunch to eat up Jabba's, I guess. But I like this one. I'd say this is number 2. So, if you're keeping track, I'd say Hera is the 4th best, followed by Dadbod, followed by Aphra, and then I think, this is controversial, I know, because a lot of folks would talk about several of these other Datacrons more highly, but I think the best of the bunch, unironically, is the Zalbar Cron. First of all, if you don't like anything else going on with this Cron, check out the stats. 75% crit chance, 100% defense, and 80% health. You are now in a Datacron meta in which there is no defense available on the stat profile of any Cron, except this one. So that's kind of unique. And for certainly a top level account, having an option like this is really powerful. Not to mention, just real casually, 80% health. So who's going to like that? Your Galactic Legend Ahsoka, your Rey, your Ahsoka Tano. Any of these would be excellent choices. So you could make fine use with just that. Also, you know, the Zalbar Omicron just came out. It's flexible. It's useful in 5 vs 5. It's, if nothing else, it's basically like another L3. That does arguably even more offensively. Yeah, I'd say that's fair. And then in 3 vs 3, yeah, we all know about the DR Zalbar. So of course, you have this level 3 ability, which allows your mission to revive. Common misconception, the instant defeat that she suffers in 3 vs 3 from the Zalbar Omicron does not constitute a no revive. So yeah, this in fact is meant to do, you know, exactly what you think. She will revive in 3 vs 3. Level 6, when Old Republic allies attack out of turn, they have a 25% chance to remove 10% turn meter from the targets. Alright, it's whatever. I mean, she's going to be attacking often enough, so will Zalbar, and whenever Zalbar does anything, she assists. You'll probably get some better. Whenever light side allies inflict at least 4 debuffs in a turn, they have a 10% chance to reduce their cooldowns by 1 for each debuff they inflicted that turn, limit once per turn. So again, if you're not really thinking about Zalbar and friends, Old Republic, your Dash team would absolutely adore this, right? You can make effective use of this. Scoundrel characters. Whenever a debuff on an enemy expires, Scoundrel allies gain 2% offense, doubled if that debuff was dispelled until the end of battle. Again, how obviously pro-Dash could you be? And then the Zalbar effect. At the start of his turn, Zalbar gives taunt for 1 turn to all tank allies, and tank allies are immune to buff immunity and stunned while he is active. Once per turn, while Zalbar inflicts armor shred on an enemy, he inflicts it on all other enemies until the end of the encounter. If you've got this Omicron on him, he's already just kind of a shoe-in to use. He's just an excellent character. So to have this effect besides, no matter where you plugged him, and again, this could go with your Rey, you know? I think there's faction bonus losses to consider for Leia or Ahsoka Tano, but for Rey, you know? So there's a lot of flexibility in this Cron. I think a lot of people underestimate this one in particular. So I know Dagger has a different opinion. I know a lot of other players that have that you are well advised to listen to prefer others of these. So don't let me tell you that you're wrong, but I think that almost nobody could go wrong to go after the Zalbar Cron. Is the big Xiaomi required? I would say that it's worth it, man. Worth it. Worth it. How many times have you thought to... So let's say that you were like, Tass, you say it's worth it, but really that Omicron shines in 3 vs 3 and the Karth team is still kind of crap in 5 vs 5, even with the Karthcron. Okay, fine. But how often in 5 vs 5 have you said to yourself, I wish I had another pre-taunting tank like L3? Okay, well, there you go. There you have it. It's another one for free, just for existing. Well, not for free. 20 Omicron. You understand the point. If you were already applying it for 3 vs 3, then the fact that it's basically another L3 in 5 vs 5 is essentially a free bonus gift. That's my take. Okay, let me catch up. I think I'm getting this Omicron just to use as Statcron for Quad May potentially. That's a fine choice, Tailspin. That's kind of what I'm talking about. Yeah. Let me catch up with some of the chat. Darthling says, that's exactly what I needed to hear, Task. My motivations are reinforced once more. I'll be seeing you at the top. Come get me. Let's hear it. Swagga Overlord asks, what do you think of the soon-to-be Lord Vader meta? I doubt the 2% lady will counter him anymore, and I call Guard being a buff in the new team. Guard, really? That would be surprising if true. So I'll say this much. In the very last episode of the last 5 vs 5 season, I took on a Lord Vader Oppo team. Obviously, this is only, we had 3 non-dark side clone trooper allies on the team, so we're by no means fighting the full form of the team. And that said, just with Oppo being the real new addition here, there was no Maul on the team, so we had the full Empire clause in effect, all of it together. Still got a 57 with BKM ban. Not clean by any means, but you ask, you think, is it still doable? Right now, yes. By the time the full team's here, I'm inclined to agree with you. This is probably not going to work. Yeah, you can. You can use that level 6 to ignore taunt on bounty hunters. That's right. That's right, Link. Yeah, man, that Zalbar Cron's going to be good. Think flexibly with that Cron, guys. It's so good. It's tough to go wrong with that one, I feel. Yeah. I'm No Spy says, I'm surprised to hear that the Boba Focus Cron isn't that good. Hopefully it's not too bad, or else I'll have spent that currency for nothing. It's early days, man. The folks that have tested it have been saying that, like, if you're trying to take on Jabba, you're trying to take on other GLs, you just don't have the durability to stick out the fight. Particularly for Fennec. Dadbod sticks around a lot longer, but with Fennec dead, you've really lost the teeth. He's supporting her doing a ton of damage. And I want to believe that this is good, but I'm not sold. I don't think my guild has made it a hard requirement yet, and it's not often that Dadbod's used in TW these days, but certainly with this Cron, I might expect that to be the case. Regardless, I wish you all the best with it. If you've got a level 15 one of these, please prove me wrong. Tell me about it in Discord. Let's share the knowledge with everybody. Barring that, I think that it's kind of eh. Okay. Stelio says, what up, Tass? Will the level 3 tenacity up stop the Sidious Cron? Or was that the Sith level 6 that stopped it back then? Now, thanks for the breakdown of the new Crons. Yeah, happy to help. Will the level 3 tenacity stop the Sidious? Go to a light side. Light side Cron. Oh no, it is a dark side. When they get 10 up. When they start their turn with at least 3 buffs, debuffs that can be dispelled, they gain 10 up. So you figure that if you manage to apply a bunch of dots with Darth Sidious on previous turns, and then they start their turn, them gaining tenacity up doesn't remove the dots that they have. And so when Sidious gets a new turn and does another AoE, which will dispel, then the tenacity is made moot. And generally speaking, if you have an effect that does a dispel and then offensive effects and then damage, the dispel is usually the first thing to go in the stack. So they would get full benefit offensive. I think that's how it would work. So I don't know that the tenacity up on a dark side team is going to make it. Yeah. Hopefully that helps. Put Cam on there and health gets converted to damage. Yes, Tailspin. Yes, Queen Amidala making use of that Zalbarkron could be a real thing. Yeah, man. Yeah, I'm glad you guys are seeing it. Telling you, there's something in there. AJ Chung, evening all. Good to see you. Swugga Overlord says, I don't know if you do roster reviews, but if you want, my ally code is given here. Working on Inquisitors, going for Executor and C. We can get to roster reviews. I'll try and do that. That usually takes a little more time, so let me catch up with the question log, and you might be able to double back. All right? DJ says, if you go for Afra or Zalbar, you are in good shape. Yeah, I think that's not unfair advice. DJ says, Afra is going to be nuts, though. Just being able to have Chrysanthemum protect her and you can't hit her, I think that's fair. Yeah. Kim says, I'm only able to acquire one, so Dr. Afra is the only one that can make it more fun to play with. If you have Afra, I would say Afra is a higher priority, because that sounds like it's really cool. And I think a lot of players don't have the relics or mods to make Afra a super reliable counter to Jabba. For the life of this Datacron, if you get that level 15 Afra ability, you're a shoo-in, right? Like immunity from thermal detonators. What are we talking about here? You just get to run roughshod over any Jabba of choice, right? So, but yeah, if you didn't otherwise already have Afra, I think the generically best choice is probably the Zalbar. But yeah, good luck, Kim. I think you'll do just fine with that Afra. Yes, I agree. The cost of even getting one for a free-to-play, like completely free-to-play player is a huge commitment, because essentially it is the materials of 5 Datacrons to make one. So that can be tall. That can be quite a concern. Bugga Overlord says, CG specifically said that Fennec can't counter Lord Vader anymore, and if he does, they will intervene. Exactly so. That's right. So, whatever you're planning on doing with this Dad Bod and Fennec thing, manage your expectations. I don't know. LC says, how are you planning to use Oppo in 3s? Yeah, so right now, the Datacron is bugged. The thing that says if Lord Vader is the leader, and if you have level 9 on the Oppo-Cron, then a full Empire team will fulfill the same requirements as what Oppo's kit says that he needs to have all Dark Side Clone Trooper allies. Well, the level 9 Datacron for Oppo, his bespoke Datacron, just kind of shoehorns you in there with any Empire that fill out the team. So in 3 versus 3, you'd say, oh, well, it says that you can't kill Oppo unless Lord Vader is dead. Ah, but that's bugged right now. Because I was just doing this in Squad Arena earlier, and I promise you, they focused down and blew up my Oppo every time. So, that means that maybe I just put it on defense. Because if I use it on offense and I'm relying on the mechanics to make it work and finish with, an effective counter, but also reasonably high banners. That's a pretty standard feature of the folks that I'm fighting, is they're really efficient on attack. So, gotta be real careful with that. So if I can just have Oppo get focused down and blown up, they can just ignore Lord Vader. Why would I choose to take that on offense and put myself at risk? I would rather set it on defense and see what you're willing to commit to it. We'll see what happens. I'd love to see. Folks are going to try and do Fennec just to see that it can work. So, generically, the advice for a new thing is to put it on defense and make it somebody else's problem. But specifically for him, with the bug on the Kron right now, almost certainly defense. If everything worked as intended, Lord Vader, Oppo, Royal versus the world, maybe? Who knows? Lord Vader, Royal, Riva. Respawning tank. You could always set like GI 7th, 9th on defense, something like that. Might not be great. You could use it on offense too, but I'm just saying, like, you're thinking about a reviving, taunting tank, stuff like that. So hopefully that helps. Overlord says, I got the Phoenix Focus Datacron because I don't have BFSOJ, Afra, I can't afford. Same with the Zalbar Focus Crown right now, so I'll be upgrading that. Yeah, I did say when I first started off talking about those Focus Datacrons, for folks at the earliest part of the game, I think that the Zalbar and the Heracron are going to be most easily applicable. But you think Afra and Zalbar are probably the best too. Yeah. West Cape says, hey Taz, morning. Sorry if you've covered this already, but will future Datacron set reviews also review the Focus Datacrons? Yeah, I meant to include that in that video with Aesop. He ended up having a call in the middle of it and it tied him up for a while. We meant to circle back to it. I will try to include everything for a Datacron set in the future videos. Yes, so appreciate your forgiveness on that. We'll do some quality control and try and have that more intact for next time. But hopefully, this little segment here is giving you kind of the redux on it. Any questions, feel free to ask rather. The alcohol is hitting me. Speaking of which, I'm out of alcohol. I'm going to end up taking a break here in a minute to refuel. Kim, yeah, Afra is so fun. This is just so much more. The Java Squad won't stand a chance. Thank you for all the info. Yeah, you're welcome. It's my pleasure. I love doing this. Fun. All right, it says ads are actually just about to strike here in less than a minute, so how opportune that I can run off and get a drink. Enjoy the music, guys. I'm going to let it play. I gotta expand this playlist, though. I think I've struck pay dirt here. I love this punk stuff that I'm finding. All right, back in a couple minutes. All right, we're back. Let's see here. All right, good. I think we're caught up with questions. I want to say... What was it? 654 194 456. Okay, all right. You said ignore the name, so I'll ignore the name. All right, what do you want to know? 4.8. All right, I'll give you the best advice I can as I'm looking through here, but 4.8 is a part of the game that I am, so I don't want to give you bad advice. Nevertheless, I will evaluate you. Best is 1 GL. Okay. More GLs is always a priority. What did you say? You're working on Inquisitors, going for Executor and C. Well, do you have specific questions? I mean, if you have goals, don't let me dissuade you from that. I see you took the meme, the Relic 9 cup meme. You just had a particular $4.99 plus tax that you hated. Just burning a hole in your pocket. You said to yourself, I never want to see you again. And that's how you got a Relic 9 cup. Well, what are you looking for, man? Happy to... Okay, you want to know, like, mods and stuff. Okay. I usually like to look and just see how many 6 dots you have with speed on them, and that kind of tells me a lot. Sort by... Very few. Very few. Okay. All right. So, first of all, tell me about your personal modding regimen when it comes to spending refreshes per day on mods. Are you doing at least your 350s? Because it is entirely possible, just based on your daily crystal income, depending on what area of the game you're in, so you're probably not having enough to do everything, but you can absolutely do the 350s and then up to the 3100s every day as much as you can. You need to see a lot more mods, I'll say that, because if this is all the 6 dots you have at 4 million, I think, first of all, you've picked some really good mods, so clearly you know how to identify when you have something good on your hands. Some of these mods you've tried to make work that aren't worth it. Like this one, it's beautiful that it's 12 speed. This 12 speed on 2 rolls is godlike. On a speed set type is insane. It's a shame that fairly soon after that it should have become obvious to you that it wasn't really going to stack the speed. I wouldn't have continued to put the resources in. That said, you already have it. Don't, be in a hurry to sell it off. But I say that to say you need to see more mods, and then you need to be more choosy about the mods that you're leveling up. If you haven't seen it, over on my YouTube, I do strongly encourage the how-to mod videos that I made. Parts 1 and 2, if you're kind of new to modding, if you're kind of just lost about where to dip a toe in, how to engage with it, let alone how to be any good at it, we start from the very base fundamentals and work you up. Like you'll be a god of mods in time. Then keep at it. What are your thoughts on? Let me finish up on this roster and we'll get back into other questions. But keep them coming in the chat, guys. You know I'll get to them all eventually with my drunk ass. Anyway, 6 stars aside, sorting by speed. Yeah, I would say that for your account size, spend more mod energy. You're hoarding for Executor, and unfortunately, I only get like 250 crystals per day. Maybe not all. I really would say try to do all 350s, man. But if you can't, maybe just 2. But you gotta do more. You're an account that you're up and coming, man. You're getting some serious teams, and mods is something where you need to see a lot of them. Because, for example, me farming through the 100s, I'm seeing something on the order of 50, 60 mods a day. And if I'm keeping 2 or 3, that's a killer day. Like, keeping 1 or 2 of the mods is what I'm expecting, okay? So even 2 or 3 is really quite exceptional. You'll learn more about that in those videos if you haven't seen them yet, the how-to mod guide. But I do show and spend a lot of time showing really how to discriminate, what are the mods worth taking on. And there's different levels to it. The ones that are worth starting with, you take them up to a certain point, and if they don't hit what you want, you could still use them, and you could always come back and put resources into upgrading them and trying to get lucky later. But there's definitely a time to call it quits with a mod and move on to a more promising candidate. So you need to see more mods and be pickier about the mods you're taking on up. That's really good generic advice, I think, for this account. As far as your goals, though, for Inquisitors, Executor, fine goals. Good stuff. Let's see here. Let me catch up with the chat. How long have I been playing, says Kim? I started playing a couple months after my daughter was born in December of 2018. I was stuck on the couch. I bottle fed my daughter, and she was passed out in my left arm, and I was stuck on the couch, and I was terrified about getting up and moving. So, accepting that this was my life now and that I was couch-bound for the foreseeable future, I picked up my cell phone and, being a Star Wars nerd, I was looking for a mobile game to play, and this Galaxy of Heroes game pops up, gave it an install, and the rest is history. That's where it's from. Glad you appreciate the how-to mod videos, Eli. Thank you. Really appreciate that. Oh, we had a raid? Troopers raid? Oh, no, you're just talking about the Troopers raid. Yeah, man. I mean, I'm excited for it. We obviously are kind of low on details, but I'm excited. For sure. Okay. Troopers on Break says, saw you streaming and I thought I'd send my community over. Oh, you did raid a guy named Troopers on Break. Okay, this is another Swugga content creator I don't think I've met before. Well, thank you so kindly. Really appreciate it. Really appreciate the love. Thank you so much. Thank you. Hope you're enjoying. Yeah, just taking a lot of questions. I was supposed to be doing TV and stuff in the background, but you guys have been keeping me busy. I'm not mad. We're just sitting, settling in, I guess, for a rather long stream. What am I going to throw at this one? Probably just full slacker. Usually, I'm typing 2 better. Let's try that. What's my Discord? Yeah, let me drop the link for my Discord. That should ping out on Twitch and YouTube alike. Yeah, pop on into the community. We are very active there. Oh, yeah. Yeah, you want to chit-chat after stream? For sure. Sure, Troopers. Yeah, been doing this for a few years now. Welcome. Newcomers always welcome. All right. Yeah, Overlord, you said you're being more cautious with mods lately. Good. If you're being more discriminating about the ones to work with, that's fine, but you still need volume, all right? I appreciate your goals that you're going for, but you got to equip these characters in something of quality. You're going to find yourself feeling limited, coming up against opponents that are going to have the same teams as you, but they're going to be, like, way faster, have way more offense. Like, you're going to have to pay that particular piper at some point, my man. Don't make it hard on yourself, But good luck to you. The account's looking like it's going to be in a good spot. Yeah, I don't usually do roster reviews on my, Grand Arena streams because, if I'm going to do it, I want to give you a quality answer, and that's going to take a bunch of time. But doing it here, this is great, guys. I'm happy to do. Ray Starkiller Edition. What are we talking about here? Look, Overlord. I'm missing it. Oh, you just started streaming 6 months ago, Troopers. Yeah? What kind of, what are you doing? You a Grand Arena player? Is that what you're focused on? If so, where are you ranked? What do you like? Let's hear about it. Now, this is our first time meeting, I suppose. Considering you rated, it really is the least I can learn a little about you. All right. Is there a sign up for roster reviews? You know, I could formalize it and have a channel for that on my Discord, but go ahead and drop your ally code in and I'll tell you the same thing I told the last guy. I'm going to prioritize people's questions in general, you know, ahead of roster reviews because they tend to be more time consuming. But if I catch up through the question log, we absolutely can do that. Bye-bye. You streamed for 168 hours straight? Why? You trying to save the world playing Swugga? What are you doing? Hey, welcome to the Discord, Swugga Overlord. I'll give, everybody who joins the Discord, I give a greeting. I'll handle all that after stream. Men's mental health awareness. So let me get this straight. You stressed yourself out to within an inch of your life staying up for 168 hours to emphasize, I shit you not, men's mental health awareness. Assuming that you are most probably male, I assume you can appreciate irony, a good irony, because, wow. Ren2G, hi Tess. Do you push mods further with good offense? How do you mean push further? Because that is a priority. A lot of players, and I mean I myself was guilty of this years ago, you're really focused on speed because in a game where it's like a Final Fantasy game, right? Where you have a turn meter bar that you have to fill, which is based on a speed stat. So things that give you more speed are at a premium, and that's kind of like a no-brainer for most of the teams. But one of the big design successes of Relics is that they emphasized other non-speed stats. Bulk suddenly became much more important when you had these huge multipliers you could push them. Offense became a lot more important for attackers because, again, the amount of flat increase multiplied through your mods. Nasty business. So, absolutely. I was just told the other day, so I don't think that this is an unfair thing to say, that I've got something like top 20, top 25 mods in the game. My mods are good, and it's a labor of love. I do it all the time. Ask any of my patrons. I spend hours a day just tinkering, just for fun, just to see what little things I can improve. But, just today I set up Oppo. I just unlocked Oppo. Let me show you what I got cooking here. So dig this. Right now, with the level 9 saying that Oppo shouldn't be able to be killed while Lord Vader lives, let's say that's true. If it is true, and as long as that holds true, then I like this modding that is much more offense forward. What I think is, if that effect goes away for any reason, or is unreliable as it is right now because of the bug on the Datacron, then I would say going with like high protection for arrow and for cross would be a good way to go. But anyway, over 300 speed is pretty fast, crit damage triangle, just over 10k offense at Relic 8, and a whole ton of crit chance added, 91%. 80 to 85 is what I would say is the absolute floor. You have to think about how many teams either will have some type of passive critical avoidance, or you could just throw a critical avoidance arrow on and now you have much worse odds. Also, as a strength attacker, be with the mastery. The mastery is adding not a ton of crit chance. Like, we don't get a lot of crit chance handed to it on the character sheet, right? So you actually do want a 2-piece crit chance. I know somebody at some point tonight's going to ask about the mods. Get out ahead of that. But yeah, offense primary here, offense here, crit damage, protection here for sure. Yep. And then just generous offense, crit chance. So yeah, in response to the question a moment ago, am I focusing on mods that also have great percent offense? Absolutely. Offense mods, crit damage mods. I want great offense stats. Or defense mods. I'm looking for high percent defense, high percent health, high percent protection. Speed is de-emphasized in general on most tanks, but for offense, offensive characters, you want most of them to be fast, so speed is a factor. Something I was negligent on for probably a year was my small sets, like defense, my crit chance. I recently improved my crit chance. Being able to hit 90% crit chance is not something I was always able to do here, maybe even 3 months ago. So, and still have everybody else situated. But yeah. Hey, Solip, good to see you. All right, Hot Dog. I saw your account link up there. We can get to that. We can get to that a little later. Stelios asks, do you think we'll have a viable Jedi Vanguard team with Jocasta from the RIP with the Omicrons, or have to wait for marquees? I know I'll be testing it, same as everybody else, so we'll find out together. I'm happy to be your guinea pig on that. But that being said, I'm not expecting great things until the full team is real. The same way that you could use the new Bad Batch team with elements of the old Bad Batch team, the full team isn't realized without the full new team. Okay? So I'm willing to wait and see. I'm not having high expectations until the whole thing is mine. Tass, Empire Lifts Back asks, Tass, how often or have you ever sliced a mod at the cost of 75 micro attenuators? If you only knew. So when you were able to farm the 6E to 6A materials, when they added that between 2 and 3 years ago, I spent, and I shit you not, between a year and a half farming only that, because quite honestly, I already had a great base of good mods, but at that point, those 6E to 6A materials were very premium, very expensive, very hard to come by. So when they added that to being farmable, man, did I go gangbusters, and I hit that forever. So I say that because I spent all that time leveling up the mods, all that time getting attenuators, going through my easy 15s, easy 25s, the somewhat dubious 40s. And after I had long since done all of those that I thought were worth it, I started to think about the 75s. And I've done dozens, I'll be honest. Some of them were even worth it, to be honest. I have done a handful of 100s now. That's a recent thing. I would say I've probably done 5 mods through the 100. I don't think I've done a 150 yet. I don't think I've been able to look at a mod and say, I'm willing to gamble on getting the shit stat re-rolling this, as opposed to doing 2 75 cost re-roll. You know what I'm saying? So the calculus is always the same. Is this high cost re-roll really worth more than taking the chance on these 2 other decent candidate mods that could fit inside the same cost as this one? That's really the way I think. So, LC asks, yeah, I'm glad you love farming mods. It is an addiction. I mean, it's really one of the only ways you can meaningfully differentiate your account from anybody else. Obviously, if you don't exist at the top of the game, if you're not a Kyber 1 style account or whatever, you want to earn the toys. You want to go and earn out the teams and the ships that you don't have and enjoy that ride. Once you have them all, or once you're caught up, and that might happen with time, it's going to be about what differentiates you. So, you know, everybody's going to have the same tools. Are you going to have the mods? Are you going to have the Datacrons? What kind of effort do you want to put? LC asks, hey Tass, how did you re-roll the Apo mod? You mean the Datacron? The level 6 stinks, and I'm wondering what I should be going for. If you actually take a look at it, man, you can't change that level 6. I'll show you. See this? We'll go to the faction level 6. Look at that. Those are your options for Empire. See what I'm saying? So, don't sweat it, because this is happening. All right? Don't be mad at it. Hold on, I gotta let my cat lock himself in. Alright, so I went with the health. Now, to be honest, the only other dark side level 3 that I think is really worth considering is whenever dark side allies daze or stun an enemy, they recover 10% health and protection. You can see why for Lord Vader in particular, that would be interesting. But I think the generically good fit for the team is going to be the buffs up level 3. Evasion up, health steal up, and health up for 2 turns. Sounds good, especially for a team that, when you think about it, there's going to be these protection ups getting handed out by the new guy that just got announced today, the CX2 or whatever. If he's handing out protection ups, then health up is also going to be really dope with that. So I'm going to be sticking with that. So again, here's Micron. I think more armor protection is the way that I prefer to lean, but armor protection and crit damage would be the stats to go for. I did re-roll a bunch of this, so I'm not going to lie to you. I put some effort in. But the stats are just banging on it. Here, I just showed that successfully a minute ago. There you go. There's the stat profile. So, high armor penetration and crit damage. Damn you, cat. Stop messing with the bedroom. Oh. You wake up, Mrs. T, there will be hell to pay, cat. I will turn you into a hat. I like that. All right. Okay, Swugga Overlord, I'm going to have to go, but I'll definitely be here and on streams. Glad I found you. Hey, thanks for tuning in. Appreciate it. Thanks for watching, man. Have a good one. Yeah, Oppo's going to be nasty. Troopers on Break says, me and my community are split on what we want to do for my main roster right now, but I'll wait till after you're done streaming. Okay, sure. Happy to look at that later. Yeah, the Dark Side clothes look great. Stevo says, hey Tass, how you been? Haven't caught you live in quite some time. Welcome back. Welcome back to the show. Just did Lord Vader special mission in the TB. Kind of weird that my R9 Lord Vader, that I R9'd my Lord Vader, but it still takes just as long to get through the mission. I mean, the jump from R8 to R9 is mostly about survivability. So the fact that it's taking you about the same time makes sense because the damage that you're gaining isn't all that much, so it should roughly take about the same amount of time, I would say. All right, yeah, there is a 150. Yeah, it's forbidden. I don't want to talk about that calibrate cost because I don't even want to think about paying it. Ren2G says, what do you think the best 3 versus 3 version is of the new Bad Batch team? Probably Fugitive Omega, Crosshair, and Mercenary Wrecker. That's going to be the default, I think. Especially if you've got that Crosshair Cron, that's going to be good. Yeah, Empire, you did your first 75 cost reroll. Did you get it, though? I hope the best for you. Speed, offense, what was it? Let's hear. Yeah. Tailspin says, I have a plus 22 speed at 100 calibrations, and I really want to hit the button. Is that a 4 cost, a 4 roll, 22 speed? So it's, you still have the chance to, what? Get 27, maybe even 28 if you're super lucky. That'd be awesome. Hey, Sheepdog, have a good night. Take care. Roy Lauren says, what level 3 do you recommend for the Omicron? Yeah, I just covered that. That was the buffs level 3. right there. You can see that. The potential of hitting the 28 is there. You just need it. Wishing you the best of luck, Tail. What did you say that one was going to cost you? 100 calibrations? Like I said, find the best 25 cost reroll mods that you can. Find 4 of them and ask yourself, is taking the chance on that 100 cost calibrate worth more than the best case outcomes for those 4 mods? Most of the time, the answer should be no. If the answer for any reason is yes, then wow, you've really done a good job clearing out the lower cost calibrates, and you may have earned yourself the right. So, see about it. See about it. Am I excited for this upcoming 3 vs 3? Says Depressed Wampa. Always, man. You know I love 5 vs 5 and 3 vs 3. I've never been a 3 vs 3 hater. In fact, for most of the time, I've really found 3 vs 3 to be refreshing because at many different points, the 5 vs 5 meta has been stale for different reasons. But 3 vs 3 has a wide enough footprint that it's rare to be bored. It's rare that the meta is safe. So very safe. So I like it a lot myself. Lady Geek says, I had a 24 speed with 4 rolls. Holy shit. Holy shit. Did you buy a lotto ticket that day? I did all the calibrations because I could not resist the chance of a 30 speed mod, but you didn't tell me. Did you get it? Didn't get it, did you? You would have said it if you got it. You would have said it if you got it, didn't you? Yeah. Sorry for your loss. I'm saying preemptively. Please tell me I'm wrong, but I'm assuming the worst, or you would have mentioned it. No, it's still 24 speed? Oh, no. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. I'm sorry. Irakoro says, I recommend to use the Calibration Candidates website. Please, share the link here. I'll open it up on screen. I'll give it a look myself. I'm happy to promote tools that make good sense. You know, you guys know, if you're regular fans of the stream, I'm always talking about how I use OmegaBot and Hot Utils. I have a patron, Quig, who makes QuigBot, which is a very fully featured alternative to Swugga4 Life, which is by Bit Dynasty. So those tools are somewhat similar, but both are great tools. So if this is going to help people, happy to share the knowledge of it. Steve-O says, it's funny, I hate 3s, but I do better in 3s than in 5s. That's not an uncommon phenomenon, man. There's a lot of players that don't like to engage with 3s, so they quite seriously sit out. You know, they'll sign up and then, you know, do one battle to make sure they get their lose crystals, and they'll just do that the whole season. And they'll get however far they can get in 5s. They'll be super aggressive in 5s. That's not my style. You can't be the very best like no one ever was. You're trying to do that. Yeah? This track is just a kill. Yeah, Steve-O, it is possible to have 30 speed. Yeah, max possible roll for a secondary is 6 speed, so it is possible to hit 30, but vanishingly rare. Okay. What do we got here? Mods with higher speed. I don't know, dude. Tell me. I didn't change anything. I didn't change a damn thing. I just hit run. So it's run. We'll find out. Thank you for sharing it, Irakoro. Let's see how this goes. Lacking one season, not, ain't it? That's right. That's right, Link. You gotta be willing to sweat. You wanna come see me, Link. You gotta sweat it. Have I hit a 30 speed? No, my man, I have not. Sorry, Empire. I've not been so privileged as that. I heard 31 is the highest, but I've never seen a 31. I'm hoping to hit the mythic 31. If, what is that? That has to be like a store-bought mod that has like a 7 on it? Is that how that is? I don't know. How does that work? I'm not even aware of that. My highest secondary, I'm pretty confident it's a 29. It's like a 29 speed protection arrow. It's dope. It's pretty dope. All right. Okay. And so this is with speed weighted slow, and it's still more or less going after that. So my assumption then is that this thing, I'm not seeing a control to tell it to prioritize by offense, for example. So this calibration calculator is biased towards speed, which is going to be a great choice for most players. Not mad at that. I like how it's got a few. Got a Clone Wars Chewbacca one. A couple of those mods have 4 secondaries. That's why there's still 24s. It got up to the 20, and then it wasn't worth taking it further. Cassian Andor mod is a pre-roll 18, really cool speed, but the other secondaries are crap. Sunfac mod is a decent tank mod. I should get to it eventually. One of the benefits I like about modding manually is I kind of have a picture in my head of the mods on every character. I've worked with them enough. I kind of know what they've got. Not perfectly, but certainly for the top 80 characters, almost. Yeah, I feel like I have seen this thing before. It doesn't look like it's bad. And sorry, let me cut off the camera for a second so you can see. It does have a legend here explaining itself. Doesn't look bad. So check that out. We just had that linked in the chat. Let's see. That was on Twitch that got linked. Hold on. Let me copy and paste that myself. Drop it in the chat. Thanks again, Irokoro. That way it'll be on Twitch and on YouTube. So yeah, check out that tool. If you're kind of lost, thinking about where you'd like to spend some calibration materials, and you know, this thing does seem to have a bias towards speed in general, take a look. And then out of these, check out their secondaries. Prioritize best secondaries aside from speed first. Okay, Faust is here saying the ability to be able to bias towards other non-speed stats is hopefully coming soon. If that's the case, this could be a real first-rate tool. Yeah, this could be a real winner. So we will follow this one's career with great interest. Thanks for the tip on that, Irokoro. Oh, right, it has to be a 6 starter because then it... Yeah, then it's 7 when you go to 6 stop. Right. I get it. All right. Stevo says maybe they will start selling focus mods soon since they have focus Datacrons. Careful what you wish for. Those who have not invested in regular mods deeply might be caught off guard by people who would wail on such a product as focus mods, right? Be careful. All right. Dr. Faust says Lysius the Fox showed a demo of using it with other stats besides speed in Fatal's Discord. He wasn't sure when it would get pushed out, though. Okay. Faust, you've been kind enough to share a couple of your tools and whatnot on my Discord as well. If and when that becomes active where you can bias towards other non-speed stats, please let me know. I'll be happy to stick it. That would be of benefit to everybody. All right. Let me get back to a TB fight. Keep the questions coming. I know that somebody up the way in the chat linked a roster review, but please let me get in a couple fights because... boy, have we just been yakking it up. We've almost... Oh my god. I started this nearly 2 hours ago, and I said I really just wanted to go for something chill, maybe about 2 hours, and holy crap, we're already here. Yes, GG. I am... Classic. Steve-O says, I don't know about anyone else, but I think it's BS that CG has an increased mod cap. I'm tired of selling my possibility mods to swap mods in hot utils for raids. I have spent years as a mod compliance coach. I will tell you this much. There is a set of best practices for using hot utils. Remod. And first one that I teach people is, before you do anything, you can go into hot utils, refresh it, blah, blah, blah. Save your current GAC loadout so that you never lose it. Okay, fine. Before you do anything else, working with a template, doing an automation, anything like that, you need to look through your mods and upgrade and sell out as many mods as possible. You need to make as much space as possible. That way you'll actually have the best available mods, right? Because you'll be choosing good mods and hopefully they become something good on the spot. So you'll use those, but most importantly, you're clearing out a whole bunch of junk, and you need that space available because if you're a regular user of hot utils, when you automate a template and it finds a way to fit your mods into the template and you pass the template and then you go to load it and it says you need to clear up like 72 more mod slots. Otherwise, you have to split the loadout into sections and then it'll load it in sections. But if you have any type of problem, if there's an error, it'll cut off somewhere in between and you'll have to basically start the load over from the beginning. Not the end of the world, but just additionally time consuming. So best practices wise, yeah, always clear out before you start working with hot util. Sure. All right, let's see where we're at. Justin Master G says, what stats do you recommend for a Sithcron for Treya next season? Health, my man. Health. Great health. Now, if you wanted to pick up some crit damage, that is of interest to talent. That can help. If folks are going to do like Sith Eternal almost exclusively, very high crit damage would be the most threatening to like a Sith Eternal Underman, right? Like C. Watt, something like that, because Talon can really slap. So that could be an issue. But for anything that basically isn't Sith Eternal, I would say health. Probably the biggest test out. You need an adult, Frank, though. Yeah, Link, we can do a roster review for you too. We'll catch up. Did you see McMole started making Swugga videos again? McMole, as I recall, was kind of slowing down on content creation when I was pretty new, so I don't have a lot of memory of McMole, but I absolutely welcome content creators, new and old, coming to the game, because it's good for the game, it's good for everybody. Like, I like it as a player. I'm not even saying that as a content creator. It's good for the game as a player that content creators want to make content for the game. So, new and old, welcome. Let's have them. What am I doing here? Oh yeah, that's right. I'm just trying to assign out the text properly. I'm sitting here thinking, why am I playing this battle? Because I am apparently destined to die here, waiting for turn. Really need to focus you down. Alright. Hirokoro says, some easy mods to sell are tenacity sets without tenacity, potency sets without potency. We do talk about the importance of that, looking for internal synergy within, especially within your two sets. You gotta be demanding. If you're getting a two-piece of defense on a character, there should be % defense on there. Flat defense on there. You know, you really want to lean into what a mod is about within a set type. So, completely agree. Completely agree. Divo says, speaking on Datacrons, I almost beat a Jabba in TW with my Sidious Cron. Really? I need to re-roll some tenacity and potency. Those thermals with the Datacrons made me. Yeah, that doesn't exactly surprise me. Yeah, okay, I got you, Link. Yeah, McMole's come and gone, coming back, blah, blah, blah. Like the scout, you like his stuff, and he had a semi-recent interview with Scribe. Scribe's a fine fellow, so regardless, glad to hear somebody else is getting into it. I've had a couple patrons, well, one patron in particular, just get started. Arj, his name is I am Arj on Twitch, with like an underscore in between the word. But he just started here within a week or two ago, and yeah, he's already hit affiliate. I told him if he was going to do it, the community shows out for people. This isn't a big enough game where people who are showing up are not devoted, you know, like, got really good fans. And, all right. Yeah. Glad you showed up for Arch. All right, let's scroll up. We've caught up with some stuff. Let me head up that profile that I missed. All right, Hot Dog. I hope that you have not fallen asleep because it says your name is Hot Dog AUS. So if you're an Aussie, wait a minute. No, this is daytime for you. Never mind. That's just alcohol speaking. Don't mind me. All right, let's get this in here. What was that? 2, 2, 3, 4, 5, 8, 8, 7. And you said you're working on JMK and Inquisitors. Okay. So what kind of questions you have in particular here? Almost 11 million. Okay. Much more that I'm aware of. Good 6-dot mod count at 247. Erodium 3. Dig it. Okay. Yeah. All right, let's have a look-see. Yeah, if you're still there, man, tell me what type of advice you're looking for. I'm not a seasoned hand at roster reviews, so if I was to ask for one for myself, I would probably have something specific I'd be looking for tips on, but if you don't tell me, I'll give you some general advice. GL-wise, I would say that taking JML, having him be one of your higher relic GLs is a fabulous choice. Get him to Relic 9 ASAP, because the disproportionate value for taking him above Relic 7 is to actually take him to 9, because you don't really get that impressive of a protection gain until you hit 9. So put him somewhere on your priority list. Likewise, I probably would have raised Slacker, Rey, and Sith Eternal, and Leia all to Relic 8 before I would have taken Jabba to 8. So consider when you want to get these guys in, but all the GLs I would say are worth an 8 to you, especially in a world where you've got a whole bunch of 9s that, not a whole bunch, but you've got some 9s that I would have probably picked up a little later, like Malik, for example. Got great characters though. I like the Omicrons you got applied. Okay, I kind of see what you're about. Let's take a look at your mods. How many we get at? Okay. All right. I'll tell you this much. You know how to pick them fast. I like the speeds that you're working with, but what I'm seeing here from even an early on assessment is you've been hunting speed aggressively, but you're not paying too much attention to the other secondaries. For example, I'm sure that your Slacker is incredibly fast. You've got some great stuff on here speed-wise. Speed set, you want him to be fast. 29 speed here, 26 speed there. Fine work. But flat protection, potency, flat health, not great. Health primary should be the circle, because this is a character with heavy lifesteal, right? And he's a team that is usually getting a good synergy health in general. But I would say a health primary is a good way to go. Obviously, you're not having him in a health primary because you probably don't have something better to put on him than this protection one. So I'm not saying any of these ones that I'm saying are suboptimal. I'm not saying these are urgent, like you have to replace them right now, but look to replace them, because check out this crit damage triangle, right? Wicked fast. Then it's got a whole bunch of tank stats on it, right? Percent protection, tenacity, percent defense. Again, not a terrible mod. This will find a very happy place somewhere. But on one of your apex attackers, look for more than just the speed. So you know how to pick fast mods. Let your eye start to look for more powerful secondaries other than just speed. But I like what you're doing. Let's see. Did you end up following up with me here, or did you end up getting tied up with real life some way? I didn't hear back from you, buddy. Hopefully you catch the VOD and let me know. But that's some generic advice. You said you were working on JMK? That's good. You should work on your next GL. I'm going to sneeze here. Hold on. All right, mostly back. Yeah, good songs, good tracks for sure. Link me your profile. We'll take care of you. We'll get you done. Brett Lauren linked his profile first, though. Might take a look at that one next. By the way, guys, I don't charge for any of this. You know, I know some streamers do charge for roster reviews, but no, you know, I don't do that. I had a lot of people spend time with me over the years teaching me stuff, so I try not to charge for that. Like, yeah, happy to do this, guys. I know, so I have like a bunch of DMs right now asking if there's somewhere to sign up, if there's a jar for this, something. Nah, if you guys want to send a tip somewhere or something, that's fantastic. I have a Cash App. I have all that stuff that I'll talk about when I'm closing up the stream. None of that is ever required. So you don't have to DM me asking. I'll get to you all as we have the time for sure. All right, Frelord, let's get you up here. Hopefully we got you sorted though, hot dog. Good luck to you. 554-172-599. So, you're about to start the Lord Vader event, going for Mesa afterwards. I definitely need mod help. I kind of just set them and forget them. I mean, if you pick the right mods in the first place, that's kind of what I'm trying to do too, is set them and forget them. 10.5 million, 219 6-stop mods. All right. Sort them by speed. Reasonable numbers. Okay. Yeah, I think going for the Lord Vader event is wise. So if the writing is on the wall about what the next raid is going to be and stuff like that, you're well advised to invest in those characters. I tell this to folks all the time. With the assault battles, with the raid, anything that's going to pay you back just for owning it, you should be making top of your priority list. That's why Egnard's is so hard after people to get Jabba ASAP. Smuggler's Run, it gives you so many calibration materials, mod slicing materials, all that good stuff. So I'm a big fan of owning the things at the highest level possible to get the biggest return on a recurring basis. Hey, hot dog, good. Glad you got back to me. Glad it was helpful. Oh, Ren2G says, I got the itch and calibrated a mod I put in your Discord. General, I think you'll like it. Oh, damn. What do we got here, man? Pull it up. I'm always a fan of a good mod. Ooh. Wow, this is a killer. All right, dig this. You're not going to like what I'm about to say. This mod doesn't belong on him. Because, honestly, by the way, I'm going to take the hat off for a while because now I'm starting to sweat. He wants a health prime. There's huge health synergies, okay? Especially under Seer. If you want to use him with Lord Vader, fine. Maybe then protection's better, but that's kind of the off case, not the general case. This is an insane mod, and it deserves to be on one of your very finest characters. Holy shit. I just prefer that was a health primary for Malicos in particular, but this is amazing. I would be delighted to own this one. My poor monitor needs to rest for a minute, so I'm gonna let it do that. Shouldn't really bother us for the purpose of... Who should I put it on? That would be a dope mod for Lord Vader, unironically. That would be an incredible mod for Lord Vader. I would love that. Yeah, also too much speed goes counter with Seer's lead as well. Yeah, and for that reason, Frank, I would say have your Malicos modded probably not faster than 270. I would say 240 to 270 is somewhere where you want to be. If you're almost always running with Seer, I would say stay closer to the 40 range. But if you want to have that flexibility to be able to take a reasonable number of turns under Lord Vader or wherever else you might want to apply them, go more towards the 270 end. Let's see here. Egnards is so goated. I'll tell you what, I don't spend a lot of time on Reddit, but he's the king of Swuggeretta. He is active. He is out there doing it. And also, he's very calculations forward. I'm a fan of the content creators that will walk you through and show you. You know, like it's like Einstein said, like if somebody can't explain something to you that's very complicated in a way that a 5-year-old can understand, they don't really understand it well enough themselves. So somebody that's capable of actually explaining to you the why, like Egnards will show you the numbers. He doesn't require that you take anything on faith. You're welcome to backtrack through the math. You know, I appreciate people like that. Dobby asks, am I going to be bringing Oppo to R9 for the new event tomorrow? Man, I want to. I kind of just had it burning in my pocket and I put R9 on Sidious because I kind of regretted not doing it the last time we had the Sidious-Cron, so I kind of just jumped the gun. I'm going to be a little short. I wish that if they put out an R9 pack at the same time that comes out, instant sale. So, yeah. Frank says, I like to err on the side of 230 myself now that Maul has become part of that. Interesting choice, Frank. Commitment. Trevor, hey man, good to see ya. Another content creator. Long time fan of the stream. Appreciate you showing out, man. Good to see you. As a TB officer, I like that he's willing to throw TB Omicrons on tunes. I have to say, at a certain point, it made sense for me to do that, so started to. Anyway, crazy ass mod we got. All right, Ren, you put your Lord Vader mod in my Discord with other tunes. I don't want to spend too much time on this because we got other questions and stuff to go to. We can have a look. And appreciate it. Wow, we've got a whole bunch of new people I'll have to greet here after the stream, but you guys are showing out. Thanks. Wow. So that's the circle you already have on Lord Vader's pit. Here, let me open this up for you guys. This is what he's already competing against. Did that show up properly, you guys? There's the mod. Look at this mod that he already has equipped. That's tough to replace, man. I mean, there's so many characters that could use that mod. LS could use that. Maul could use that. Luthen could use that. Depending on how you had him set up. Like, there's more characters that could make use of that than not. So, hell, I mean, I could use that on Talon. You know, Fatal really likes to have high crit damage. Crit damage set with very high crit chance. Usually requiring a 2-piece of crit chance. But if you have well-developed secondaries, you could get away with a piece of health. And, of course, you know, wicked offense secondaries would be good. Something like that. On what other team? Yeah, on what other tune could you use that circle? Really, I mean, more to think of who you couldn't than who you could. High offense protection primary. If I could say anybody that isn't Lord Vader. Halloran Beck. How you like that one? I think the one that you linked, so the one that's currently equipped to your Lord Vader has crit chance on it, which I think Lord Vader hardly needs. So you could maybe move that one to Halloran Beck and give Lord Vader this one. This new one that you rolled up, something like that. All right. Good luck to you on that. Yeah, I really do like that CG is discounting those Omicrons. Yeah, solid. True. Steve-O says, is R9 worth it? I was going to R8 my Oppo, I assume you're asking, and I'm trying to be a good guildmate and get my Inquisitors R8 for ROTE, so I'll have to wait. So if you're asking if Oppo's worth it, it's up to you how worth it is to you to max out, or at least give yourself the best opportunity to max out the new event as much as possible. Ren, thanks for the advice. Also, thanks for your mod guides. Appreciate it, man. Thank you for watching. I'm glad you enjoy them. I really do. I really am glad. Happy to help. Let's see here. Okay, you were asking for, is R9 on Sidious worth it? I was going to R8 mine, but I'm trying to be a good guildmate. Well, first of all, be a good guildmate. If the rest of your guild's putting in that effort, put in the same effort, you know. You want them to, you know, you want folks to respect you, and you respect your effort, respect their effort, match up to that. Aside from that, Sidious, it depends on your level of play, man. Against the people that I'm fighting, and at least inside the top 50. Now I'm in the top 8, top 16, something like that. And I hope to stick around there. But I would say that R8 is a requirement to make use of them at the top of the game like that. Relic 9 is strongly recommended. Hirokoro says, do you think it would be wise to change Lord Vader from a speed and health set to a speed and defense set? I think especially with this clone thing and now with this protection up stuff, probably not. But it depends. Final judgment is reserved for when we have the full team. I can see why you would say that, because even though we'd be losing some of the protection up synergy and maybe whatever other health-based, life total-based synergies there are, if he is effectively meant to be the main tank for this team somehow, you know, with the effect saying that none of, you know, if Oppo can't die, what if there's something saying that other clones can't die? let's assume the worst case that Lord Vader somehow has to become our tank. Then in that situation, a 2-piece of defense would be worth considering. So I don't want to say yes, but I see where you're coming from. And depending on how the team looks in the end, that may be smart. That may be smart. All right. Yeah, sorry about that, Steve-O. Don't worry about it. I'm trying to catch up. I'm happy to show you how I'm modding my Sidious, yeah. Eventually, I swear, I'm actually going to get some PB and Conquest done. Oh my god. Hacking and slashing it. We'll probably go... I'll tell you what, I was only planning on going 2 hours. It's already after midnight. I'll make it a 3-hour stream at most, so we'll cut this off no more than like 36 minutes from now. So we'll take a handful of questions, and I'm probably just going to refresh through the end of Sector 1 of Conquest and give myself an eat. But yeah, about Sidious. If you had him set up from the last time we had the Sidious level 9, I haven't changed it. Just improved the mod quality a little bit, but full potency sets. And of course, if you're familiar with his kit, he gets a flat 50% from his unique, and then also gains max health equal to his potency percentage. So in my case, I have just over 150% potency on his character sheet, 200% with the unique, meaning that his health is increased by 200% at battle start. Nice stuff. But as far as the mods, health primary, I prefer this to be faster. It would be nice if he was about 300 speed, but he's at 291, and I think I can make that work. What he is thick. He's got a lot of health to begin with, and then we're going to increase that, by so much with the high potency. We'll have high reliability that will be able to stick dots, and yeah, I'm comfortable with that. Crit damage triangle, strong potency secondary, potency cross, high health on him. Health primary circle with high potency, some offense, like that. High health, crit chance. See, this is one of the rare mods that's a potency set type with no potency on it, but it somehow rolled the way it rolled, and I was like, you know what? I can make use of it. So I have my rules about what I'm looking for in mods, and if it doesn't have the right secondaries, in general, I'll sell it fairly early on. But if it's high individual values for some of those secondaries, I might give it a couple rolls to see if it wants to impress me. And if it does, I'll end up keeping it. And that's the story of how I ended up with a mod like that. See, this one, health, potency, speed, no brainer, right? So that's where he sits. 9,200 offense, 98% crit chance, 291 speed, crit damage triangle, 151% potency, 95k health. Big lad. Darthicus indeed says sin surrounds it. That's right. Defense 2-piece is almost always better than a health set. Protection up and most things that scale well with health scale even better with defense. That may well be. I don't know that... I think for most characters, I'd say that the argument for a 2-piece of defense, particularly once relics are involved, is a generically correct thing to say. So I don't want to push back on that too much, Faust. But I would say in the specific case of Lord Vader, I feel like I wouldn't chase a 2-piece of health away. Like, I don't know that the difference is that much. Convince me. Because really, to get a big boost out of that defense 2-piece, will we not also want to bake in some other defense secondaries? And at that point, what are we really doing here? Like, we really want him to smack hard and just be thick. Which I've been mostly comfortable with the health. Not that I haven't lost my share of fights from having him beat down over the years, but I don't know if the 2-piece of defense would have stayed me. Sell me on it, though, for Lord Vader in particular, if you really think it's that much worth it. Devo, I might go readjust my mods. I went full potency, as much speed as possible. I didn't think of health primary on the arrow or circle. Oh yeah, health is easily the way to go. Right, because he's gaining all that extra health, right? He's not gaining extra protection. The level 9 restores the max health and protection when you kill, but as far as making him big and bad, probably just health. The rounds, it says, wouldn't defense mods also make Lord Vader more vulnerable to defense penetration up? I guess, yes, but realistically, if you're only getting a 2-piece of defense, you're not stacking up a ton, maybe enough to make a bit of a difference. But if it isn't a high stack of defense, then I would argue defense penetration doesn't get a lot of value. So, I don't know. The 2-piece of defense could be defensible. Like that. Like, you know, like if you're putting defense penetration against a tank with high armor and stuff like that, now you're getting real value, right? A 2-piece of defense on a guy that's otherwise kitted out to be kind of a bruisery, you know, high life total, high offense, reasonable speed character. Let me check the log. Pretty sure somebody mentioned. Right, we got to get Darth Link. Have a look. All right. Bronzium. Oh man, this is going to be tough for me, dude, because you're not having a ton of mods and stuff. So what do you want me to advise you on here, Link, specifically? Talk to me, Goose. What you've got? What you want to see? What you want to talk about? Working on a GL, I assume? Wow, you've got Grand Inquisitor with triple Omicron, so I bet your guild enjoys that. That's sure. Waiting on you, Link. Tell me what you're looking for. Okay, you say, so currently I'm working on JKL and Java, new clones, and Quadme. Why don't you advise me where to go after Java and mods? You said JKL and Java, new clone, Quadme. After Java, so clones mean, if you're going after clones, that implies that you'd also be going after Lord Vader. So I'd probably look into that. Hey, we just got 31 viewers rating in from Gambit. How you guys doing? How'd it wrap up? Yeah, I'm going late tonight. Just chilling. How was your stream? What'd you guys end up doing over there this evening? I just kind of was bored, had a bunch of time, popped on, been reckless, answering questions for the last few hours. How'd it go over there? What's good? Welcome, everybody. All right, so anyway, if you're going after the new clones, Lord Vader needs to be part of the recipe for you, so put him into your plans. Why go for the new clones if not for Lord Vader? Look into that. Yeah, day one of Conquest is always a late night. You're not lying. That's part of why I'm streaming, because I knew I would be around. Oh, you're hearing a horrible echo? Really? You might have a second tab. I don't think all night I've heard anybody mention an echo, so check that you don't have an extra tab that somebody raided into, because that happens to me all the time. Check that out, man. Appreciate everybody in the chat confirming they don't hear an echo. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for the troubleshoot, guys. All right. So yeah, I think it's fair to say go after Lord Vader as far as team-wise, but about mods, let's take a look what you don't have a ton of mods. This is good. I like it. Find a home for this one, buddy. Be sitting out there loose. This is a killer, by the way. Crit chance on crit chance, high speed. Sure, it's flat offense, not percent, but you can find a good home for that. Wow. Well, I'll tell you this much. Like a lot of players, I can see that got into mods. You have a good eye for speed. You know how to look for speed. So I don't think you need any help from me about looking for that. What I would say is, again, start keeping an eye out for other secondaries. Like this one on this Padawan Obi-Wan, this is a banger of a mod. Love this. But this one on Darth Revan is mostly just fast, right? The potency is a little useful. The percent health would be killer if you had more rolls on it. Tenacity's all but useless. So ideally it would be, for me, speed, percent health, percent offense and flat offense, or maybe flat health if not flat offense, something like that. So it's not that you have to go replace this right now, but look out for this, because clearly you know how to find speed. So look to move this onto a tank, onto a support, somebody like that. But start looking out for mods that have more than just speed. See how you have this diamond here on Ahsoka. Offense set type, very high speed, but then tank stats otherwise. Flat health, tenacity, flat defense, boo, right? So, again, not in a rush to get rid of it. It's fast and it'll work somewhere. Matter of fact, I might even like that mod on somebody like my OG Finn, who I keep in like an offense and defense set. Not terribly dissimilar to Gas. Something like that. But, you know, I wouldn't put this mod on Gas, though. So first, keep an eye out for good secondaries. Aside from that, I see that you do spread between health and offense. You have some crit damage mods. I see very little tenacity and very little defense. So I would say if you're normally thinking about, you know, let's say out of a given week, you spend 5 days farming mods, 2 days farming materials. I'm not saying that's a recommended number. I'm saying let's just take a sample number to begin with. Out of the 5 days that you're farming mods, maybe do 3 days farming four set type, you know, speed, offense, crit damage, and then spend another 2 days farming 2 sets. But don't neglect 2 sets for too long. I would say that's good advice. All right. Could you put that mod on Quad May? This one? With the health, tenacity, potency? Absolutely. Yeah, Quad May would welcome that mod. Why do we call her Quad May? I just go with Queen. All right. Dr. Faust says, assuming a Relic 9 Lord Vader with 3 protection primaries, yes, that is standard, and a crit damage triangle, so that is meta. A defense set gives about 7% more survivability than a health set. That takes his leadership, but no mod secondaries into account. So I wonder, I don't know if this would be easy. First of all, thanks for giving that answer, Faust. I don't know if it would be easy to calculate, but I wonder how much added, presumably protection would be the easiest way to do it, but how much life total would you actually have to add to break even on that 7% increased survivability? Would love to know. Yeah, Link, happy to help. Glad you found that helpful. I'll see if I can't see anything else that's useful, but yeah, just be looking out for better secondaries, I would say. You've got a good start. You've got some good mods in here, and best of luck. Get those characters you mentioned, and since you're going for the new clones, get after Lord Vader. Hey, thank you for the follow, Tanis Treebeard. Appreciate it. We've had a lot of new follows, YouTube channel subscribers tonight. Appreciate it. Thank you, guys. Thank you so much. Welcome. Welcome. All right, how are we doing with questions? Did I catch up? This is fun. I like doing these Q&As. All right, good. I think we did catch up for the moment. All right, until you guys start hitting me up again with a bunch of questions, I'm gonna try and sneak in another TV cabinet. Again, I'm just doing this for the TV battles for fun, though. Like them. I guess I'll do. Isn't yeah, that's late. Oh well, might as well do. What is it? Ray at L3, I think is the traditional. Okay. Dr. Powell says no amount of percent health from crons or uniques. Well, I'm saying from secondaries. Like you were saying that you weren't accounting for secondaries. I wonder if you were to account for secondaries, is there a breakpoint to consider? Or is it always going to favor defense? Anyway, you go on to say, no amount of percent health from crons or uniques will make the health set more survivable than the defense set. Defense scales up better than the health with the increased health. That's true. I mean, as you go higher up in relics, the amount of added life total would have a diminishing return. I can see that. Yeah, hopefully you understood me when I took a second stab at it here. I'm saying, like, you were saying that your calculations were not with respect to secondaries. And I'm saying, okay, if you could respect the secondaries, is there a consideration in which you might say a sheer amount of life total overwhelms the value of the mitigation? I guess that's kind of what I'm asking. Link says, I'll be like Chromium 3 next season, so I might need Lord Vader sooner rather than later. Thanks for the review, though, Tass. I'm going to get started on farming some defense mods once my reset hits. It's a fine choice. I would say that the defense 2-piece should be used on most characters today. Like, if you're like me and you've been playing for years and years now, unless otherwise necessary, your default 2-piece has probably been health. And I would say that, and I'm in this same boat here too, I would say if you're not already having those same characters in a 2-piece of defense, you're behind. You're behind the curve. And I am one of them. I've made some progress, but I'm still not done yet. So, if you haven't been, take a look at it. And look for defense mods that are not all tank mods, right? If we're talking about defense mods that go on attackers, like Lord Vader, I guess we're talking about a 2-piece of defense that would feature percent protection secondaries, percent offense, and speed, something like that. Bulk for life total, offense, and speed, stuff like that. Keep an eye out. Ren says, what do you think the best modding for the new clone? After reading the kit. Oh, the new clones. CX? I don't know. You got to see the actual stats on the character. It's going to be a support. My guess is something fast. Like, it seems like you want his specials to go. What's the cooldowns? Cooldown of 3. In general, sports want to be really fast. No, man. He's gaining max health and offense. In offense, it's tough to say. Maybe an offense for early days, but everything is subject to the final appearance of. Oh, no special mission. Back to you. Sin surrounds it. Darth is my shard buddy, but nobody else wants to Discord. Do we be gentlemen about it and do our best to accommodate their payouts? Or do we bring them into the fold through Imperial methods? I'll say this much. I mean, most folks in a shard chat understand that when it comes to getting your fleet payout, it's us versus the game, guys. Like, we should be coordinating with each other to respectfully rotate, rank 1. Rank 1, rank 2, like certainly within the top 5, right? People should be not fighting each other to get their crystal income. So if you've got a bad actor out in your shard that doesn't want to play nice, it only becomes a shard mafia if you're going to be an asshole. Otherwise, it's just a shard chat. People who call it a shard mafia are assholes that don't like consequences for asshole behavior. That's my take. Alright. Okay, yep. Saldag's saying the link. Hey, for what it's worth, I'm in Kyber 3, and I'm missing Leia, Lord Vader, Ahsoka, and Sith Eternal. You don't need Lord Vader and Chromium at all. And the only reason why I was recommending to him is he said he's already going for the new clones. So if you're going for the new clones. Yep. Gavons, did I already talk about the Omicron refunds? Yeah, I mean, I'm excited. I'm excited for the player base. Are there any you might get now that they're cheaper? If you look at my account, I'm already at the point where I'm taking like the bad TB Omicrons because after taking them, I have something like 200 Omicron mass remaining. So I'm not the guy to ask. If I had options, if I had all the GAC Omicrons and all the TW Omicrons before they did this, then I would start thinking about the convenience TB Omicrons that we did discuss very early on in this stream. So check that out if you missed it earlier. Okay. Faust says again, this is the case for most characters. Lord Vader's innate defense isn't super high. I think Grogu and Karth might be some of the exceptions. Playing around in my calculator, I would say there isn't an amount of secondary flat or percent health. I mean, it could also be percent protection, right? Percent protection would offer the greatest bulk to Lord Vader, right? So I wonder if you check with that, but I imagine your answer is going to be the same. The point is that adding more life total at a point where you're already Relic 9, you're saying is just feeding into a diminishing return, and there's no amount of that you could add that would overcome just the modest amount of mitigation given by a 2-piece of defense. I can accept that. That's fair. Brill Council says, I agree. It took me fucking 5 years to get let into my ship shard Discord. Was so not worth it. The shard that I'm in aggressively polices bad actors. But anytime there's been a new up-and-coming player, they've never been hesitant to reach out to invite. What usually is the case is somebody gets the invite and they don't accept it, they don't join. And then they just want to, and it's not even that they intend to step on toes, it's like, I just don't want to join the Discord. But then they inadvertently step on toes, and what does the shard do in response? Aggressively pushes him outside the top 50. I mean, you've reached out to your fleet shard a few times and never gotten a response. I'm sorry. You guys are not the first to tell me about difficulties getting into the shard chat. I don't know why. My shard is regular people. Some shards are run by ego-tripping dicks, and I don't have an easy fix for that guy. Sorry. Well, no, Sin, I'm not saying, it depends on how you're interpreting. Noted, one bad actor, the rest are fine. I'm just saying that most of my experience in my shard chat is anytime that we've had to make a coordinated effort against somebody, it wasn't because they were ignorant or because they just didn't feel like jumping in the Discord. It's because they repeatedly, possibly maliciously, decided to keep stepping on toes, heedless of when other people's payouts are. And if you just kind of want to have a sense of whose payout is when around you and you don't step on their toes, you probably don't need to be in the shard chat. But if you think you don't need to be in the shard chat and you don't care who you're stepping on, you got no room to complain. Not my opinion. But yeah, love this. Wow, Brill says, for my shard chat, I had to go through multiple guilds to ask their members to let me into the damn chat. I'm sorry to hear that, Brill. I've never heard anything like that. That's disgusting. Pathetic. Faust says, I guess Lord Vader is an awkward case because BKM brings a lot of true damage against him, where health set might be a consideration. True, but, you know, to the spirit of the conversation, we're talking about moving into the new era of Lord Vader with the clones. I think that with they intentionally are squashing Fennec because there's no Omicron investment, right? Maybe they mean that BKM could still do it, but considering that just with Oppo added, I got a 57 yesterday doing BKM, I can't imagine that fight's going to get easier. Yeah. Baltor says, Ass, you have a lucky shard. Before they took crystals out of Arena, I dealt with 20 asshats that were ego dicks. I mean, don't get me wrong. There are people like that in this game, and I know them. Shame. Sorry to hear that, man. Gavon says, move to Adelaide. That's in Australia, yeah? Where we have a unique time zone for payout. That sounds horrible. I actually have a patron who I've never seen this before. He has a payout that's on the 30. I've never seen that. Everybody else is on the 0, right? On the new hour. He's on the 30. Never seen that before. That's a trip. Steve-O says, my shard is obsolete at this point. There is still a couple of douchebags, but everyone gets along without chat for the most. Yeah. Most shard chats are pretty mature. That's been most of my experience. Glad you got a good shard, Saldag. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Everybody should be there to play nice. It's us versus the game. If you want to be us versus each other, you're going to get driven out. That's not a popular take. Bonrad says, how do you feel about GL Ahsoka? Do you think her and her team were a good addition to the game gameplay-wise? That's an interesting question. Considering how full the board is in 5 vs 5, did we need another Galactic Legend? I don't know. On the other hand, do I like the character? Do I like the team? Do I like the thematic execution, the power fantasy realized by playing this team? Yeah, I do. I think it's cool. I've used it fairly sparingly on offense, but on defense, during the life of this Set 19 Cron, it's been fun. We'll see what she does. I still think she's probably going to have a good place on defense forward, but there will definitely be more offensive use of her. I like her, though. I'm generally warm to new kits. The issue is what type of new concentrations of teams are going to be required to make a rigorous defense in 5 vs 5. If you guys watch me this last season, man, what a trip. What a long, strange trip it's been. Getting up into that top bracket and trying to think of a complex defense that isn't going to be immediately solved by any one of the players that I'm fighting that tends to save the greater bulk of their best teams for attack. Yeah. Hey, appreciate the sub surrounds it. Thank you so much. That's a Twitch sub. I would tip my hat to you, but I've already taken it off. So thank you kindly though. It is it's on the half hour as well, half hour before Melbourne. Okay. Some time zones are 30 minutes off from UTC, says Lady Geek. Okay, good to know. Oh, wow. Sin, you have a much more cooperative shard chat that actually shares advice and stuff. Yeah, most of my fleet shard chat is just tagging people, letting them know that some dick is climbing and, can you bat him down? Or, hey, just letting you know I'm going to have to climb around you. Don't mind me. Something like that. Mostly just quick communication. All right. Steve-O says, X was saying that he stopped going for GL Ahsoka because she is expensive, which I kind of agree with in a way. But Ahsoka is my favorite character, so I can't agree completely. The value of things is not really the way that I can answer. As an endgame account, when a new GL comes out, it's assumed that I have to go get it because what the hell else am I going for? I've got everything, right? My competitors, the people I'm going to be fighting in Grand Arena, you can damn sure believe that they're going to have the new GL. ASAP. Ultimate, no. First week that it could be possibly done, they will do it. So I have to be going after that. It was never a question of if or when. It was just right now, ASAP. So it's different. Different. Saldag says, what you just said about the board being so full brings me the question. When CG does eventually expand the board, how many teams do you want them to add? Or do you want a different kind of rework? I'm open to them being creative. Like, I'm okay with them sunsetting GAC eventually and replacing it with an entirely new 1 versus 1 competitive PvP mode. Or they can keep tweaking it. They could add, if you added 1 team to each zone excluding fleet, you know, I think that's welcome maybe in 5 versus 5. But in 3 versus 3, if you did the same, now you're really making 3 versus 3 take a long time, right? It's already 15 squads to clear in 3 versus 3 if you're a Kyber 1 account, or whatever the cutoff is to get up to that. I would say the thing is that expanding the board as they continue to add teams seems all but inevitable. Okay, fine. But they have to make some type of change or adjustment or rotation or incentive. Like, we've talked about this on a million streams, on Plotting and Scheming, on the Gambit podcast over the years, anywhere and everywhere. We've talked about the idea of, you remember in old TW, they had certain faction bonuses for that war. You could have the same faction bonuses for a week, even just changing every round. Maybe it could be within this week, it will change every round, but this is the range of factions that could be selected. That could add some longevity into it. I have talked about the idea of adding a whole new zone that kind of actually rotates round by round or week by week, whatever. I'm amenable. But like, it could be this week it's an extra zone in front of the squad zone that's in front of fleet. So you have to clear 2 squad zones to get to fleet. Sounds like a pain? Maybe. It changes your strategy about whether or not you think the value is clearing bottom front first. If you have to clear 2 squad zones to see fleet. Or it could be appended in the back and be an extra fleet zone, or an extra back wall squad zone, or an extra bottom front south zone. You know, I'm amenable. The point is there's a variety of design solutions they could bring in, but they have to keep expanding the game. They have to keep adding new teams to sell you, and I put the burden on them. Make it interesting, but don't keep making it take more and more time to do the same mode. You know? Beskar League, that's definitely been talked about, like concentrating the top end of competition. I'm into it. Hey, Dagger, good to see you in the chat. I'm hanging out in Discord. I'm in the stream Discord, so if you're not indisposed, you're welcome to pop in and join me. I'm burning the midnight oil here. I said I was going to wrap this up here in a few minutes. It depends on how many questions we got. We'll try and clear the queue. I have a pretty easy day tomorrow, so I'm okay to stay up late. Don't worry about me. Solip asks, can my guild 9-star phase 2 with platoons and deployments alone? I don't know, dude. I don't pay attention to that. I do what's asked of me in TB, and I don't think any further than that. I really don't. Sorry to say. I do the needful and move on with my life, you know? I'm like... Beskar League is free for me. Come on, Link. Come on and see me. I can't wait to see you. You're like 5-point-something million right now. It'll take you a couple years, but if I'm not dead from other unrelated causes by then, I'll be here. I'll be here. You come see me. Let's have it. Steve-O, what comp do I use for dark side ships in this phase? Only once I've actually been successful using Executrix, I want to say. Drill says, IMO, Datacrons are the way CG sees the solution. The number of endgame players is a non-renewable resource, and it seems like they are building up mid-game players. Well, I certainly agree that a lot of the design decisions that they've made, particularly around offerings in the store and the episode pass and all that, has been to incentivize, you know, lower end spend, dolphins, and the like. I'm down with it. I'm down with it because if they've long since done the price anchoring, right? People have a feeling of what things are worth. So now that they've changed it, we've talked about this a lot recently. You know, the new marquee system offers you a new 7-star character at less than half the cost of the previous marquee system, in addition to a whole bunch of other resources besides, right? Just for completing that main unlock path on the marquee event, to say nothing of the episode quest, character quest, any of the other unrelated incentives there, or related incentives rather. It's a pretty good time to be a moderate spender in this game, and as a heavy spender in this game, I'm all for it. I want what's good for everybody. I really do. Like, I accept that being a heavy spender in this game, I expect to get the best of everything, because what else would you pay that kind of money for? But it's, I recognize that the long-term health of the game is like what you were just saying. It's really in having that wider base of players that are willing to spend a little money, as opposed to really relying on the Krakens. There's been a lot of Krakens that have retired over the years, so I think, again, you're right. Like, they really need to diversify the incentives and keep the lower level spenders coming on in. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, Link. That's right. It's going to be a multi-year bit for you to come on out and see me. Well, I'll tell you what. I appreciate the hell out of you being a patron, and yeah, you know, it'll be extra sweet when you and I square up one day. It'll be fun. It'll be fun. Saldag says, a brainchild of mine has been something akin to rank resets and seasons. It could coincide with eras even, but they reset you to X level and then you fight up to the top again, with the last fight being a 1 versus 1 between the final undefeated players of the season. Thoughts? So, I would have a whole bunch of follow-up and teaser questions, but what you're essentially proposing is a replacement successor system to Grand Arena, which, in principle, I'm open to. Not opposed to the idea on a high level. Yeah, the extra resources for the new marquee system. Yeah, everybody's agreeing, for sure. It's a big value. And that's what I'm saying. They have long ago had us accustomed. They've successfully price anchored what whaling for a new character should look like. And now that they've offered this new system, they've dramatically subverted that expectation. So it's got new and old spenders alike cracking out the wallet for these marquees. Never before have I been so reliable about getting marquee characters to 7 stars on the first run since they've had this system. So they got me hook, line, and sinker, man. Yeah, the Dark Side fleet is such an RNG fleet for that TV battle. Solip, you've only beaten it once with Executrix. Yeah, I've beaten it once with Executrix and 0 times with anything else. So say what you will of the Tarkin ship, but once every once in a while is better than 0 every never. Look, sir, droids. One. Oh, that is not the right. Go. Oh, Tailspin says, I thought I saw Egnards do Leviathan and win today on auto. That has not been my experience. I don't think it's been a while since I've attempted it, but that ain't what I remember, buddy. Finn says, what will likely happen if great value things keep coming? That the anchored value will drop slightly. Why pay for the 12x pack with crystals at probably 84 shards of the pack when you can get the 100 shards for cheaper plus 20 Zetas? So that's the thing. You might make the case that if you're an endgame player like me, I literally have 1,000 Zetas just sitting. I have every Zeta applied to every character in the game. I literally will never need Zetas. So why would I pay cash money for a pack who at least some of its value is derived in the Zetas? I feel like I'll probably buy mostly the big cards pack, which I don't like doing. I would agree that if I had any value for Zetas, then the cash pack would be the big one. But yeah. Okay, Egnards has a helpful TV section in his Discord. TV fans may want to check that out. Just give a quick Google for Egnards. You'll find his YouTube. But yeah, if I wasn't so flush on Zetas, the cash pack would be the way I go. I would do that before I take the big crystal pack. I agree. Yeah. Yeah, sorry, Link. Can't give you those. Okay, Solop just linked that link to Egnard's Discord, I'm assuming, for the TV channel. So check that out. And if that was working for you, I know that I've done Leviathan in the past and got hosed. So if Egnard's has it down to a science, I would take him at his word on it. He already did that, right? Yeah, that's sectors. What do I have to do? Oh yeah, you guys. Galactic Republic Jedi. I'm gonna do one of these. I mean, JKA should probably be in here. I like this team. That's a banger. Roll it. Okay. Solop's got a link there. All right. Oh, it doesn't want to recognize me here. Whatever. But Leviathan is an auto with 60% confidence. That's certainly a hell of a lot better than Executrix. Alright, so if that's the case, let it be known. Leviathan might get it done for you. How's this going? Alright, I believe in you guys. Can't wait to expand this playlist. I love these guys. Been enjoying the hell out of it. I haven't checked. How are we doing? How many viewers we have at this late hour? Wow, damn near 40 people on Twitch and what? Wow, damn near 60 people here after midnight. What are you people doing up this late on a school night? Shame on you. Don't make me tell your parents. Fantastic that you're all here. Chimera shows 95%. Maybe that's what I'm remembering doing. I remember doing an Empire. Most of the time, TV's kind of a fever dream for me. Not gonna lie to you. West Coast, baby, it's not even 10. It's true. True. Okay. All right. All right. Lady in the chat. Not midnight yet. Waiting on your refresh. Oh my god, solid. You've been sick and you slept 20 hours yesterday? Hope you're feeling better, man. Jeez. Orgy Man, getting Conquest done. Eventually, I'm going to get back into that. Right, yeah. Okay. I'm on the late end of things, being East Coast time. All right, fair enough. Don't you dare. Dare. Okay, listen, I'm kind of afraid you're going to screw this up. Kill Anakin. Come on now. Okay, that's good. That's good. Okay, good. All right, we'll leave that alone. Dick. Jay Chung says, between Omegabot and Hot Utils, which do you think is generally the more useful tool for a player like me, whose mods are very much meh and a big work in progress, but enjoys GAC and is managing to scrape by somehow? So I would say that as far as Grand Arena goes, well, first of all, the biggest value for Hot Utils for a Grand Arena player is going to be the automation feature. If you have the patience for it, you can create a template based on specifications that you set for every character. You order the characters in the template in the way that you want the bot to prioritize meeting those requirements, and then you can let it just completely automatically remod your roster. Fatal and TJ do it on a weekly basis, and they have great results. They're very satisfied with it. You could also use it to slice through a lot of mods. A lot of folks find it very tedious to do mods in-game especially. I like doing it in-game, but there are no shortage of folks that don't want to look at it in the in-game native view. You can look at more mods at one time on the screen in Hot Utils, especially on a big monitor. But most importantly, you can, just quickly select, filter, mass slice, mass sell, lots of mods, very concisely. I think there's a lot of efficiency to be had through Hot Utils. That you could say you could have value for EB, for Raid, W, whatever. You could make templates for any of these, right? To be specifically GAC focused, I would say Omegabot is really only of value as a Patreon. I would say that's only worth it for a committed GAC. Like you see, for every one of my Grand Arena streams, I like to highlight that report because within a couple minutes, you can actually you see it right there on screen as I'm explaining it. You can kind of see what they're about. You know what they're about. You know how heavy a defense they like to set. How successful they are at pulling off their gambits, offensively, defensively. When they get to do what they want to do, are they producing better scores than their opponents? All of this is shown with, a neat little series of graphs. So I think that there's good value to both. For me personally, if I was going to sign up to any one of my Patreon tiers, the easiest one's the $5 because that gets you the stuff for me. But if you're really bot motivated, if you wanted to go to the $10, I would probably sign up for Omegabot myself because the Hot Utils stuff means less to me as a person that likes to manually remod everything on my account. The only exception is TW. I love my Hot Utils Patreon, the chili level subscription, for using that automate feature to just completely remod my account for TW painlessly. Really love that feature. Don't want to disparage that in any way. But if you are solely and only GAC focused and you don't really care about the automation features, stuff like that from Hot Utils, Omegabot would be the biggest intel advantage, I would think. And if you don't see it necessarily as an intel advantage, you should absolutely see it as a time savings. So there's something there. All right. Frank says, in favor of Hot Utils, not for nothing, but I haven't had to open Bronzium packs or set TV platoons myself in years. That's true, man. I remember. Who remembers actually using an auto clicker back in the day, back before Hot Utils, man? That's insane. Yes, that's right, Saldag. I appreciate the kind plug, my man. Or you could do the smart thing and get the $15 tier of Tass's Patreon and get both. Guys, I gotta tell you, I don't know that anybody offers a better value, and all my patrons know, I spend a lot of good time with them. I take care of my patrons, but even if none of that was a draw for you, just the value for the bots, if you were otherwise interested in them, makes them an attractive offer. I'm very pleased with those offerings because, like I've said before, I'm happy to give out the knowledge for free. I spend all day talking to people. But yeah, the bots, if you feel like you're getting a really good value being my patron, you should. You should. I challenge you to find better value. All right. Let's see here. Yes, Frank, you like to do your own modding? My man. That's a good way to go. Vinyl Geek says, I built out a full roster mod requirement set. It took a while, but now that I have it, the mod aspect is a huge value for me for hot utils. Yeah, man. I think once you've made the initial investment of making up a spec for every character that you think you'd want to use for Grand Arena, I'd say if you like that automation stuff, as the seasons go by, as the metas go by, you'll have to tweak, a certain number of those characters every few months. But for somebody like you that made that loadout in the first place, that's not that much effort. And yeah, you would be able to, once you've changed up those requirements, readily iterate yourself into the best optimized form of mods. I love doing everything manually, but look, you can't fight the facts. You can't beat a machine at a machine's job. If you give the machine the ability to see all of your options, and you tell them how you would like to prioritize every one of those options mods, it's going to do a better job of finding the right balance than you could ever do manually. That's just a fact. So I respect the opinion. I've got nothing against folks that like to use automation for Grand Arena. I just enjoy the manual process. Same reason why I like scouting so much as I do. My patrons will sit in with me when I'm scouting. I'll be doing it for hours on an opponent, not because I have to. Most opponents I can do within an hour, but for like top matchups, I'll spend hours and hours on it because I like to. There are other top players like Fatal, for example, doesn't scout at all, doesn't believe in it, thinks it's actually disadvantageous because it gets in his own head. And you know what? He can be perfectly right because he's, I want to say, right around the top 50. Like, he's a scary player. And you can have your own point of view on the game and be successful at it. Do what you like doing. He likes to set a really rigorous defense and then sweat out his attacks every season. He's never scouting. He doesn't care. I like inspecting the butthole wrinkles of every last one of my opponents and understanding what they like to do, and then trying to subvert their expectations. That's what's fun. Counterpunching for me is really, really fun. So find your point of view. Pursue it. Hey, Board You Man! Appreciate it, man. If you end up signing up, we'll get you taken care of, man. You know it. You know it. Happy to answer that question, though. A lot of some folks do ask about the relative benefits of the bots, so good question, man. Let me restart the music. A little quiet for the background. Should start playing, right? There you go. Yeah. All right. Yeah, Cowko says, I prefer to do my own modding. It makes me feel like I understand my own account better. Words out of my own mouth, my man. It's true. I know intuitively what my top teams are capable of and what they are not. That is really important. Lady Geek says, now I want to match you so you can scout me. I love doing it. It'd be fun. Final says, I've also shared with people in my guild who hate mods, but you find it so helpful. Yeah. Using automation on hot utils really simplifies the process. I mean, especially if you have a friend, if you're in a guild, like some guilds have active PvP, like GAC members, where somebody will make a template that they think is a good GAC template and share it with their guild. if you have somebody share you a template, you can use it and you like it, run it. You could tweak it, make it your own. You don't have to build everything from ground up. You don't have to reinvent the wheel for yourself. You can use somebody else's wheel, make it your own. But yes, for me, and I think for a lot of players, there is no substitute for... I like doing it manually, not only for the reasons I just said, but also I know why every character is the way it is. I know why this character has those offense mods and not somebody else. I know why this character is only 300 speed instead of 330. You know, I know who needed the speed more, and I know why, and I'm satisfied with that. And if I'm ever not, I can go check and look at the mods manually and see, you know, who is it that I'm missing? So, for sure. Yeah, you like the line about the butthole wrinkles, Bordy? Yeah, I mean that's what it's at. That's what it's about. That's what it's about. I'm out there. I'm out there studying tendencies. I've always said I find it more fun to play the man than to play the game, or the woman, as the case may be. Come see me, Lady Geek. Yurikoro says, by manual, does that mean you don't use pre-made mod filters or just filter for something in the moment? What I mean is that I do all my modding in-game. I don't use hot utils for my personal Grand Arena modding. When I'm advocating for it on stream, I'm talking about how it's useful for a variety of features, including the automation, and mostly, I think, as for me personally, on a routine daily basis, I'll have the greatest use for it in saving my loadout for my current Grand Arena mods, which is my default mod set. And then if I need to switch for TW, you know, I'll switch for TW. Back in older raids, like back when we were doing Crate Raid, you actually had to have some pretty specialized mods, so I had raid loadouts back then. I would use it to switch between those and move back into my Grand Arena mods at the end. Absolutely no other tool makes that process so smooth like Hotbot, so that's fair. Let me see. Dr. Faust, maybe instead of roster reviews, you should offer GAC history reviews. You scout them and see potential flaws. That would be time consuming, and maybe that's the type of thing I should open up the tip jar for, type of thing. Really time consuming things that draw... Yeah, I feel like that's the most respectful thing. If it's going to tie up a lot of time, I should probably open up. I'll think about it. I appreciate the thought, Faust, but if you folks want to talk about their GAC history, we can have a conversation. Okay, Jay Chung, we can talk about it while we're here on stream, is what I'm saying. Jay Chung says, oh, weird. I was looking at your Patreon on the Patreon app, and it has different membership tiers than when viewing it on a browser. App Hat seems to have maybe older tiers. There are older tiers that I have hidden that are not presently on offer. Most of the main subscription tiers are designed to be value-based. The other tiers are tiers that I retired that folks just weren't using as much, or I didn't think the benefits were good enough to continue to offer. Because again, I'm a value-based person. If I'm signing up to somebody's Patreon, I need to feel like I'm really getting something. This, it's not a charity for me if I'm signing up. Like, I'm signed up to a few people's Patreons, and I feel very much so that each one is worth it. So I'm definitely trying to pay it forward the same. I'm open to making new patron tiers. It's very rare that I have such a request, but if somebody wanted me to offer something that I don't currently offer, you have but to ask. Sure. But yeah, you should mainly see just the 5, 10, and 15 here. Jay Chung, if you see any of the older tiers, I don't even know that it'll allow you to sign up to it, because they shouldn't even be visible to you. So sorry about the inconvenience. Gavon says, mods are great. Insight will tell you that Night Sisters versus Java is bad, but if you mod for it, success is much more likely. We earned that advantage. Indeed, fans of the stream have seen me along the journey of learning how to effectively pull off Mother Talzin versus Java. And that is so satisfying when you get yourself dialed in for it, so completely agree. Final Geek, the other advantage is making loadouts. So you're talking about hot utils. The other advantage to hot utils is making loadouts for raid teams and the TB special missions. Exactly. I was just mentioning that back when I was doing Crate Raid. It's just a couple clicks, you move between. And again, you're talking like, let's say you're stressed on mods. You've got like one really good mod set that'll get one team completely decked out to do this mission. Then you'd have to move those mods to the next team, right? Trivial matter with hot utils, you know? Set up the loadout for each team just right, just once, and then just switch between every time. You can't beat it, man. It's pretty damn good. Saldag says, there's also a public full roster template in hot utils itself. I didn't know that. Excuse me. There's also a public full roster template in hot utils itself that is updated every couple of months. Don't want to put in all the work. In the past, I've used it and tweaked it to fit my account. There you go. Again, don't reinvent the wheel if you don't have to. Fair enough. I agree, Vinyl. If you appreciate any of these functions we're talking about, like hot utils is, so if you subscribe directly to hot utils for Chili, I believe it's $10 a month. You do have the option if you go choose. You could sign up to my $10 a month tier, support me, get the benefits for supporting me, and get the Hot Utils Chili membership for the same $10. Again, that's what when I tell you that I offer value over here, that's no bullshit. You can take that to the bank. Frankto says, I need a cheap international shoe service for Wampas. Can you open up the tip jar for that? Alright, we'll tip for clothes. Why do you want to clothe the Wampa? The Wampa's proud. The Wampa is proud to showcase its fur. It doesn't need your provincial clothing. What are you trying to do? Suppress Wampa culture? Wampas are proud to bear their fur wherever they go. 300 biddies from Wash Farm. That would be a trip. You know, I think the last time I did a long Conquest and Chill stream, we got a crazy hype train going. I mean, 300 biddies is a fine start, and thank you so much, Wash Farm. Possibility exists. Wampas get cold. Wampas get cold and sometimes might need a shirt. No, I don't agree. I don't agree. When they get cold, they just go in the cave. If it's really blizzard conditions, they'll just, you know, if you accept the pun, chill out in the cave. Possibly with disembodied arms. You know, that happens. Saldag says the full roster loadout in Hot Utils that he was mentioning earlier is called Strange's Meta and was just updated a little under 2 weeks ago. So for Hot Utils users, check that out. Hard to hunt rubble scum without shoes and all that. Again, the Wampa is well suited to its natural environment. Take it off of Hawk. Okay. Other tools may be required. Probably not, though, otherwise. Alright, guys, we just started another 90-second ad set. My crazy ass is still awake. I haven't managed to pass out. Remarkably enough, you guys have had me jaw-jacking enough that I'm mostly sober, having been 2 fairly strong drinks deep. So I'm going to take a couple minutes while we're on break, probably freshen up the drink a little, maybe, and I'll be back for I don't know how much more. I'm basically thinking that I'm wildly past what I wanted to do in the beginning of this stream, so we'll keep going until I'm feeling like I'm about to die. And we'll figure out tomorrow morning at work when we get there. Borgie Man, 5 subs out to Edorin. Oh, wow. To Edorin, Rockstar, Maw. Rockstar, good to see you in the chat, man. Echo 7, Corey Spooner 39, and Humpty. Thank you so much, man. So let's think about that. We had 300 biddies from Wash Farm and 5 gift subs here from Borgie Man. We're on the cusp of a hype train, guys. Wild. Thank you so much. Okay, Strange is a former guildie, does good stuff. We've got a great community. Don't let the negativity ever get to you. There are a whole bunch of whiny, brickish cunts playing this game, but there are so many great players. So many helpful souls. So never lose hope, man. The fact that somebody's updating a public access template that people can use for Grand Arena every week, I hope you appreciate how awesome that is, because it's a lot of upfront work to make a Hot Utils template of worth. So somebody's giving you a good skeleton for that. Fantastic. Delighted to. Wow, we just started a hype train. Thank you guys. Oh shit. Awesome. This is already a level 3 and it just kicked off. Thank you. Wow. So let's see what kicked us off. The 100 biddies from Frankto just got us launched. Sin surrounds it, just hit us with 1, 2, 3, 4, 500 biddies, and we're already at level 3. All right, I'm going to step away for just a second, fill up this drink. We'll be right back and keep on going with your questions. Yeah, you know what? I'm going to actually type a BRB. I feel bad even putting up the BRB screen while a hype train's going. It makes me feel like I'm kind of abandoning you to your fate. Bag this over here right quick. BRB, thank you so much for the hype train. We'll be back with a drink and the will to carry on in just a few moments. All right. We're coming back. Imran. Okay. How we doing? Hype train is still ticking. Wow. And we complete... Whoa. Whoa, did we just kick up to a new level of height? Wow. Where is this at? Waiting for Twitch to update on this end. Level 3 complete. We are live in a level 4 hype train. Wow, you guys just pushed it over, so refresh the timer. A little over 4 minutes to go. Thank you so much, Link, handing out 5 subs. W community, we're good at sins. Another 5 subs out. Wow, thank you so much, man. You guys are awesome. Appreciate the support. Love all around. All right, you're a bottle of wine in, Sin. We just topped off the vodka and juice. You know, we're getting where we're trying to go. We're chugging along. Thank you guys. Appreciate it. You know, happy to keep answering your questions. Don't make it easy. I mean, I still got, you know, apparently stuff to do here in the back. Guess any of these do. So. Light side. Remember I was telling you guys about the resistance, right? Give you a brief showcase. Granted, we're overpowering them on relics and stuff, but whatever. Do you have to play it intelligently? No. Beowulf says, good morning, Tass. Yeah, if you're a European, I don't know where you're at, Beowulf. Beowulf is a European myth. So if you're a European, it is a nice, bright early morning where you're at. I am really pushing into the night. Wow, we've kept you from doing TV. You guys have been keeping me busy. I ain't got shit done this evening. I was supposed to do Conquest. I didn't even finish TV yet. This is going to be great. This is going to be great. We're still good. Guys are spoiling me. Got the hype train rolling. The alcohol is flowing. Everyone's a winner. 2:15 p.m. in Japan. Sin! I'm so honored. Thank you so much to all of the international folks watching all around. Man, Europe, Japan, you guys are just awesome. Thank you for being here. Thank you. Wow. Wow. Oh, good morning, Beowulf. Yeah. Oh, shit. I looked away for a second and we lost our lead, huh? Yikes. Here I was talking all that good shit. Okay. Look, I need you guys to make me look good. Unironically, with Finn dead, probably not going to win. I want to believe. Yeah, that resurrect. I want to believe. Kick the shit out of them, lads. Do it. That's right. Yeah. Hell yeah. Do it. Do it. Oh my god. You guys are just nuts. So I was talking all that good shit, and I should have been. Bear witness. Be amazed. I, of course, knew that was going to happen the whole time. Days Mothma? Probably. That's fine. Garth sent me your way. Appreciate the general advice you give, says Sin. My pleasure to do so, man. Love this game. Love people that are passionate about the game. Happy to help. Really am. That Omi is ridiculous. That's what I'm telling you. That's what I'm telling you. I mean, I appreciate that Omi. I appreciate what that team does. Yeah. Nice to kick back. Please. Hit me up, guys. More questions. Keep them coming. Until I feel like I'm fading, I am yours. I am at your disposal. Tomorrow is the next recording for Plotting and Scheming. Patrons will be watching that tomorrow night. Next 3 vs 3 is going to be a lot of fun. You guys saw my last stream versus Baby Yoda. I'm almost certainly going to be fighting him again early in 3s, so I got to arm up. Ooh! Alright, first of all, the hype train just ended here at level 4. Thank you guys so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you for the support. Second, so really good question here from Sin. What are your top 5 general foundational squads for PAC that are not GL? Good cover. Hold on. Oh, you guys are asking some good questions. Okay, good that. Yeah, Baby Yoda is a good guy, Baltor. Yeah, nothing bad to say about the dude. Good dude. Good dude. Alright. Top 5 general foundational squads for GAC. Alright. Again, when I think of this question, I'm thinking from the point of view of somebody in Kyber 1. If not in the top bracket, say within the top 100. I would say fundamentally, most accounts that are competing within the top 100, and certainly within the top 50, have the goods to make the run for rank 1. Like, they have the stuff to compete at the very top, whether they're in the top 100, top 50. Outside of that, I don't feel comfortable giving a lot of very tailored advice, because then I'm talking out my ass. I'm literally talking about something I don't know. The needs of the game are different at different parts of the game, and I accept that. That said, non-GL teams that are absolutely foundation. Certainly, like the bedrock of a good roster that is not Galactic Legends. You said top 5 teams. Surely you would have to choose Gas 50 first. Malgus has to be in there. Riva. Seer Malicos Starkiller. Well, Seer Malicos, I guess. It's kind of cheating to say Starkiller. You're not usually concentrating those together. And probably this wasn't the case back in the day, but probably is now the case. I would say Queen. I would say Queen. Yeah, Link in the chat saying Queen as well. It's a good question. Yeah, that was a good question. I like that one. Good one. Dr. Faust asks, favorite character in the game, any reason, gameplay or otherwise? Thematically, my favorite character in Star Wars is Darth Vader. Because I love this in literature, but I love the specific execution in the character of Anakin Skywalker becoming Darth Vader, then becoming Anakin Skywalker again at the end. The idea of greatness corrupted, of having a destiny pulled off course by the will of another. Having everything, having all the power in the world to keep everything that you love, but betraying yourself costs it all. Like, there's so many tropes realized in Darth Vader that I love in a tragic figure. Thematically, Darth Vader's my boy. As far as, and I've said this in multiple videos, there's no character I've spent more time with, given more love to over the years, General Skywalker. And you can see why. He's zeroed out on added health, so come at me. Give me all your exposes. You can kiss my ass, because you're doing as little damage as possible. Solid protection basis, fine speed, crit damage triangle, offense, if I do so myself, and robust. Robust armor, considering that it's only a 2-piece at the end of the day, and decent secondaries besides. This is my most tweaked character. You can see his mods are well tailored. There's one of those guys that I rolled 100 on, by the way. Guess which one I rolled away? I tried to roll away the flat protection. And would you guess what I got? Do you know why I took the flat protection back? You know why I took it back. It's because I got another flat protection slice that was lower than the one I had. Gonna pen that one under Meets expectations. Yeah. Do you see the calibrate counts on some of these mods? Some of these have been put through the ringer, trying to make them just so. But yeah. Let's see here. Glad you love the show, Saldag. Appreciate you love plotting and scheming. You love you some good, long PNS. That's right. Right. Darthling says, you got this new emote for the hype train? Awesome. It represents the shackles of being such a low rank while being the best player in the world. I've said this before. People don't get it. And I think you get it, Link. But people don't get it when I tell you that being the best, like no one ever was, is an attitude. When I played World of Warcraft, I was one of the most hideously damaging Retribution Paladins in raids, or in Mythic Plus, that you could ever come across. And really, like, on any given day, you would be delighted to have me in your raid, because I knew my support spells, I had my keybinds, like, I knew how to do more than just damage, and I also knew how to stand out of shit and make life easy on my healer. Like, I've been in top raiding guilds in the world on WoW, and yeah, man, the alcohol's starting to hit. Here, something. Yeah, oh right, the attitude about being the best. Yeah. Only during like Wrath of the Lich King would you find me on global top damage charts. But the point is, the attitude about being the best like no one ever was, that's how you actually get there. Like, trust me, I've known Dagger for years. He's one of the original guys I spent a lot of time with, learning a lot of mechanics from. He had a deep knowledge of the game when I was just coming up. And yeah, man, like I knew I wanted it long before I was capable of getting it. Now I'm here. Now I'm fighting the big dogs, getting exactly what I wanted. You too can do it, Link. Come see me. Stevo asked, do I have the new Bad Batch up and running? Oh yeah, man. Oh yeah, you know it. You know it. They're good to go. We're running them a bunch here this last season. So absolutely believe that. I mean, we can do a brief coverage of them. Omega Fugitive. All right. Got a lot of drink to get through. I'm starting to feel like it's actually starting to work, so. All right. I went with high protection, about 300 speed. No particular amount of anything. There is some defense added, a little smidge of offense, but the point is, be decently fast, be thick. Wrecker is actually something of a work of art. He's a big boy. Defense and health set. Some health added, but an absolutely titanic amount of protection. Very fast in all tank mods. I want to say that's even with a protection primary arrow, yeah? Yeah, boy! 316 speed, nevertheless. And 79.5% armor. Would be better if he was just over 80, but that would be easily done if that last two-piece was defense. Still, happy with these mods. These are screaming fast. Very dangerous wrecker, man. Yeah, that's right. You saw it, Link. That is a plus 111,000 added protection. That's right. I've put some effort in. All right, Crosshair is actually one of my finest crit damage and crit chance sets. This is something I spent some crazy ass calibration materials on. 319 speed, mostly a protection skew for survivability. Crit damage triangle, of course. All ones. Dig that. 11,111 offense at 112% crit chance. Almost 111. Anyway, a little bit of armor besides. It's fine. It doesn't hurt anybody. But he's great, man. All right, that's OG record. Blah, 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 blah. This is pretty generic modding, about 360 speed. However you can get it. It was easier for me to do this on a health basis than protection. Added potency is key. A lot of people are doing a two-piece of potency. You can see that I have 125%. Most folks that are running a two-piece of potency have about the same. So I have some decent potency secondaries in here that allow me to hit that with having a two-piece of health. The cross is, of course, a potency primary. But however you could do it, this would be the generic things to hit. 360 speed, crit damage triangle, 120 plus percent potency, something like that. Link, you want to be the best, you have to believe you're better than everyone else? No, that is not the path to greatness. First of all, do you have the will to be the best? Just the will to stand on top of the mountain to face whatever challenge? Because in this game, you're going to have the people that set heavy defense, and then you're going to have cheesers. You're going to have anything and everything in between. Are you ready to fight any type of opponent? Make yourself ready. It's not about, I have to be better than everyone else. You have to become the best competitor you can be. Are you prepared? Because if you are prepared, then you are better than everyone. You are. That's just how that works. So believe. Right? Rep Pally is roll face on keyboard. I see that in the chat, Schnookums. First of all, those are fighting words, because in recent years, honestly, I would say from Legion on forward, the rotation for Retribution Paladin has been satisfyingly compelling. I admit, for a while, for a long time, it was very easy to produce strong results without having to be mechanically sound. So I take the criticism. That's fair. That's right. Oh, I see you, Sin Surround. I see you. Live to win till you die, till the light dies in your eyes. Yeah, the South Park episode. Yeah, man. I was there. I was hard into the game at the time, too. I appreciated the hell out of it because they roasted the shit out of us. I knew people that weren't quite as bad as having their mom bring the shit bucket over during a raid. But, the type where they're tapping their foot, stomping their foot on the ground next to their computer desk. You know how, if you're stuck in the car and you're driving home and you gotta pee? And you're stomping your foot, trying to just keep yourself focused. This guy was doing this at a desk 10 feet away from the bathroom, but wouldn't get up. It's man. Gotta respect. Stin says, I'm not Tassinix, but man, is the OG Thrawn trilogy, Heir to the Empire. Oh, that's right. Somebody asked my favorite Star Wars novel. Any of the Timothy Zahn books are solid. I remember the Back to Wars being a really good series, I want to believe. I want to say there was a couple of books. I was busy being 10, 11, 12 at the time. I was young, but I was deep into thick books like that. I mean, I'd already read The Silence of the Lamb, Red Dragon, all that shit before I was 12, stuff like that. I was deep into books that I was way beyond, my depth for age-wise for, but I haven't read. But yes, the OG Thrawn trilogy, Heir to the Empire, is not only solid writing, according to Sin Surrounds it, but probably solely responsible for keeping interest in Star Wars alive between the OG trilogy and the prequels. I think you're not off base with that. Before The Phantom Menace, I don't think there was a deep comic book scene for it, and the novels were very high. So yeah, I think you're on the nose there. I would play Pally. That's right, Borgie, man. You're absolutely right. Not ashamed to say. Zaldag, wise words here. I'm in a field that's exceptionally competitive, and I've seen way too many people fail because they simply believe they don't have anything to learn from their contemporaries. You will generally see me be entirely complimentary to my opponent. Yeah, that's right. Timothy's on such an author, but I am generally complimentary of my opponents because, yeah, whether or not they're playing my style, it's a privilege to be able to fight so many different skilled players because my preferred style of playing, the scouting and the counterpunching, right? Because the purpose of the way that I scout so deeply is to set something that I think is the most counter to you. So that is oftenly forcing me to be a little uncomfortable with what I'm doing. I enjoy that. That's a large part of what's kept the game fresh for me year in, year out. How could you become bored in such a system, you know? But really wise point, Saldag. A lot of, there comes a point where you have a certain level of expertise in a game, in your real life profession, whatever, where, you know, the only people that you think that you can learn from are the people that you perceive to be your betters, whereas the people that you're working alongside often can give you much more meaningful day-to-day gains. Fair. Well, here's the thing, Link. You say you got about cheesers, you've got no respect for cheesers. Here's the thing. You're gonna feel differently the first time you lose to a cheeser. Because here's the thing. If they're shit because they're a cheeser, what does it make you that you lost to a cheeser and here you are whining about it after the fact, yeah? That's what I'm saying. That ain't gonna be me. If I lose to a cheeser, it hurts. It hurts when it happens, man. But that's on me. If they're a cheeser and you lose, that's on you. It means you didn't take enough risk setting a rigorous enough defense. It's just what it is, man. You don't have to be appreciative of the experience. It just is what it is. Thin. Vanilla Wow, you're a little pally, short and stout. Yeah. The old Bubble Hearth song. Yeah. That was true in older times. Let me tell you, from Wrath of the Lich King on forward, Retribution Paladin was real deal shit. If you were playing back in Sunwell Plateau at the end of Burning Crusade, that was basically the first time that if you were in absolutely apex predator gear, you could force Retribution spec on Paladin to do damage. Like 90 to 95% of the top DPS classes damage. Not even the same, but reasonable. But after Wrath of the Lich King and ever since, only a fool would sleep on a Retribution Paladin. I'll tell you something. Yeah, that was good. Okay, you were in Affliction Lock back in the day, Schnookums. That was actually, Warlock was the first class I rolled back in beta. My first days of playing World of Warcraft were in late summer of 2004, a few months before the launch. I got into the very late end of the beta. You gotta get into the OG Thrawn trilogy, Saldag? Yeah. Do that. Hey, appreciate you, Link. Appreciate it. Irakoro, do you ever worry that your opponents may figure out your playstyle and adapt to it? I don't worry about it. I expect it. I expect that I long fight in a pool of other predators just like me. You want to counter scout me, and I see from what I observe of you that you're frequently changing how you like to attack. Because it's more about attack, right? If I see that you're significantly varying the teams you take on attack, you're a dangerous fucking guy, yeah? Like, that's tough for me to predict. So if I have to predict, then I'm going to choose my tendencies that I think I can rely on, which you scouting me would be like, okay, I know what he thinks he's going to rely on. And then me thinking that, okay, this guy scouts, so he probably knows that about me, sends me down another rabbit hole about how do I set what I can use that is not comfortable for me, but is still feasible that he will not be expecting. The scouting game's a lot of work, but I like it. You gotta like what you're doing with it. But like, do I worry about it? No, man. I relish it. I welcome it. I want all of the most different and difficult opponents. Bring them. Because either I win or I learn. And longtime fans of the stream have seen I've had my streaks of losses. But I'm not trying to do the same errors again and again and again. And I keep on climbing. Keep on chugging. It's a persistence. That's right, Link. Heavy is the head that wears the crown, but you have the will. That's right. You have the will to rule. Step on up. Come up to the top. Come see us. Rogue Squadron and Wraith Squadron books. I remember Rogue Squadron. I don't think I read Wraith Squadron. There. You have to cheese. Yeah, you can't talk pass. I'm not gonna lie, I'm a cheeser as well. You gotta punch up. Listen, I mean, in previous years, I was the guy fighting with maybe up to 2 or 3 meta teams less than the opponents I was fighting. I respect it. Sometimes you gotta set light to get the job done. It's not cheesing is a viable strategy. And if you're doing it because you think it's your best shot at getting a win, more power to you. It's incumbent on the opponent to beat you. And in general, I'm not finding people who win by cheesing complaining that they cheesed. I find people that lose to cheesers complaining that they lost. And it's like, okay, so you know, it's either A, you didn't scout him, and so you got caught out, or B, you scouted, saw that he was a cheeser, and still decided to do mostly what you would prefer to do anyway, instead of what the situation called for, and then you got had, and then you want to be mad. It's undignified. I wouldn't do it. Not gonna be me. Orgy Man was a holy priest I respect. Hey, Lady Geek, have a good night. Thank you for tuning in. Good long stream. Then surrounds it like any high-level competition. The people at high level are going to be researching their opponents for sure. When I was super into fencing, you better believe I was watching videos of my opponents' matches. Same goes for GAC scouting here. Yeah, I've compared it before to like, you know, watching footage of the opposing football team. You know, it's not that you have to. It is intel. You could wrestle that into being an advantage. You can. But you could also come up with, you know, plays, innovative plays, like Fatal does right here in Grand Arena. He'll come up with concepts for defenses and for novel offenses that he can use to punch up above their weight to create value. And so he doesn't scout, he doesn't want to, he doesn't need to, because he relies on having such a challenging defense that if you clear him at all, it's going to be for worse banners than for what he's going to have to do to get through. So yeah, for all this said about the value of scouting, I am the first to admit it's a point of view on the game. It's a way that I like to do it. There are players that are doing it very differently. For me, not scouting at all like Fatal, and successful players anywhere in between. It's you find a method, build on it, stick to it. Yeah, I agree with that, Sin. If they're not researching their opponents or handicapping themselves, I don't see any reason to deny myself intel. I'm deep into the scout game. I would argue, I would hazard the guess that if I'm not the most intense scouter in the game, I gotta be top 3. I gotta be. I would love to know who's doing more than me, because I do. I do appreciate efficiency player, says Baltor. Yeah, efficiency player is the polite term for cheesers. And Exactly. I mean, you can call them either. I don't care. I mean, it's the same thing to me. My thing is, you can call them what you want when you beat them. You know? But whatever you're saying, say it with respect if your ass lost today. You always want a good match? Well, the good match, I mean, is the one that challenges you. If you're getting challenged by cheesers, you need to learn how to play around cheesers, for sure. I mean, we all know what that means, right? It means you need to set more on defense and learn to get more comfortable with less safe offense. And that's challenging at any level of play. I can respect the reticence to jump into it. Fair. Gavon says, sometimes going in unprepared and punching is fun, but mostly I do some scouting. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I can respect that. Fair view. Nice, that ad set. Now you respect cheesers now? Hey, man. Yeah, I mean, you gotta respect what... There are folks at the top of the game setting relatively light defenses and being a persistent force in the top bracket. But what do you want to say? You think somebody else is doing it better by not cheesing? You're welcome to go on up there and prove them wrong. That's what I'm saying. Pick a point of view on the game and pursue it. Oh, this was supposed to be. I really prefer... Oh, but I have to play him. Hey, appreciate that. Pills showing up out of the blue. What the hell is this character? Was that Blue Steel Hunter? What happened to lore integrity? That is Season 3 Bad Batch Hunter. And see, Mole Pills is a dope dude if you don't know. He's a fan of the stream long before, but recently became a patron. Even though he doesn't even play the game anymore. He's an absolute madman. Appreciate you. But yeah, thank you for the 500 biddies. And yes, that is a new conception of Hunter that they added as a revamped version of the Bad Batch team. It's a new line of Bad Batch characters. Same characters, just set further in the future in the story, but completely new kits. Really powerful stuff, actually. Yes, Yes, Saris. I mean, the safest thing would be there's nothing. But yeah, the new Bad Batch team's pretty good, Pills. Good time. Right, yeah, Mole Pills has been around a long time. That's right, yes, really creative kits on this new Bad Batch team. Bad Batch team. And fun kit, indeed. Pills, yeah, you were also a top 50 account. Oh, please, don't, you know, tell the good people about yourself. I'm not trying to undersell you. You were a top account. Were we not guildmates at multiple points in time? So please don't let it be misconstrued. I'm not trying to undersell you. Come on, JML, don't let me down. I'll be damned, guys. 4 hours into the stream, I think I'm almost ready to finish up TV. Haven't done a single Conquest fight this entire damn time. I'm glad you're all here for this. This VOD will be on Twitch, but ain't nobody gonna sit there and watch it, 4 hours at a time. Kill it. Keep the questions coming, folks. Can't believe being... Yeah, we mostly must have a national audience. Got it this one. Got it. All the little decent for people. Oh. Appreciate you guys. Burning the midnight oil. Finn asks, it's probably different at your GP, but how far out were you your farms? It's been years since I've had to really plan out farms. Oh shit. Is that one of those you can't be revived? Hold on. Okay, so they're instantly defeated. Oh, it's not permakill. Fuck you. Please hold to represent that. I've decided to manually intervene. Fuck yeah. Dude. There. Have it. Okay. Far so good. Firepowers combined, I'll be able to get through this stage 1 mission. Wild. Alright. But yeah, as far as planning out my farms goes, haven't had to do that in years. I just go after what comes out when it comes out. I do not pretend that I have highly relatable problems here at the very end of the game. So, it is what it is. That's why I really encourage, you know, other content creators that are working at the beginning of the game and the mid-game. For newer accounts, I really appreciate Darth Loquitur, because for me, if I was a new account, his very detail-oriented, very precise approach to mapping out how you can, you know, go about leveling your account from scratch. Nice work. Couldn't do it better myself. That's really why I got into content creation. I wanted to start making the content I wasn't seeing the way that I wanted to see it. And I couldn't imagine if I were to make a new account that I could make better stuff for a new account than Loquitur does. We'll say that. Not to take anything away from anybody else. That's right, Phils. We were guildies in Vanguard. Long time. That's right. Hero, really glad you save your VODs and Switch VODs expire a little after. I'm glad you enjoy. Glad you enjoy. I like that I post the VODs in full, because anytime I could go back. I mean, I can always check the timestamps, but sometimes it is nice to go back. How do I want to do the quickest way to contract, or not contract, but ultimate? Oh shit, I couldn't. Used to dash me a lot too. The task. Oppo, mate, what are you thinking? Good for Lord Vader. Mine is only 5-star, free to play. I mean, I think until you have him at 7 stars, I don't think you'll see a lot of interesting performance. The classic Lord Vader team, if you've got those assets, is probably still going to do more for you. man, I would prioritize them. Because this era battles is a brand new thing. It's like a temporarily reoccurring assault battle. I guess that's one way to think of it. And you just want to take advantage of that as much as possible. The sooner you pump that thing up to as high a relics as you can, the sooner you can start getting paid back for a high-powered resource that you're going to enjoy just for already having it be a high-powered resource. So I'm big about owning the things that are paying you back for owning them anyway, and it was a good idea to own them in the first place anyway. See? Yeah, Baltor. Loquitur used to be a former guildmate. You've been around. Yeah, man. I mean, you know, there's a whole bunch. There's a lot of things. Past and present. On the other hand, there are a lot of really crappy players that have also been content creators that have also since quit the game, and the game is all the richer for it, because there are some people that I have to assume they're in it for the money because they can't be in it for the value add. I don't know what the fuck it is they think they're doing here, but that ain't it, and better that they're gone. Don't get me started. Oh, okay, you just, yeah, I got all just missing the new Bad Batch. Okay, Beowulf, good stuff. 12.3 million free to play. Nicely done. That's a killer account, nice. Bad boy. You played from the start of the game. Really impressive. It's really impressive. Good on you. Devo says, the Peridia characters really irritate me. I recognize mine right away, and have only seen the assault battle once within the last 2. I don't think it's quite that rare. Might have missed it. I don't think it's quite that. Oh. Alright, what are we doing for this? Yes, this. Vector. But don't fret about those Peridia characters, man. That's a proper assault battle. That'll be around for the long haul. And honestly, those characters are well served to be at those relic levels. You might make the argument against Enoch, but I would say it's actually still worth it for Enoch. Jay Chung, seems like most of your audience is on Twitch, but really appreciate that you dual stream on YouTube. Just joined the Task House. Oh man, if we're getting multiple patrons, I'm not getting any pings right now because I'm live streaming, but I will acknowledge and thank and set you guys all up. Trust me, I'll take care of all of you. Thank you for the support, man. Thank you, Jay. Yes, I mean, I was streaming for years on Twitch here, only just within the last few months. I think you were one of the earlier viewers to start watching me here on YouTube, but it's only within just the last few seasons that I've been doing it. So yes, I have a much deeper following on Twitch for live stream, but working to improve that. Thank you though. Thank you so much for the support. Yeah, you're welcome, Beowulf. Happy to. Oh, yeah, I mean, yeah, no, you have the great account. Irokoro. Never experienced any bad spoken content creators, so wouldn't know who you're talking about. It's okay, man. Yeah. That's another thing. I have very strong opinions, and I can completely appreciate the difference between something that I am certain that I'm very strong on, that I'm also aware that most people are not very strong on. So I can appreciate the difference between my take and the popular take. Not trying to win you over. Just my way I see some. Should probably check Discord. I don't get any alerts right now. Oh my god. Oh, hey, okay, wow. I'm learning. I'm learning. Learning who people are. Thank you guys. Really appreciate that. We'll get everybody straightened out. Right after stream, I promise. Yeah, I assumed I would have just never heard of them before. Yeah, I'm not trying to slander folks. I just have I'm thinking that, the game is very mature at this point. So there's been a lot of people that have left the game. But the game still actually has a decent influx of new players, and I like the crop of content creators around me. I love the folks around me. I think I'm really trying to think of a single content creator that's doing it right now that I really would just rather not see, and I can't think of one. If you're mostly watching people these days, it's a good time. Good time. Hills. Hey man, another 1K biddies. Incredibly. Thank you. Pass. The days of gilding in voice chat with you, TJ, Yoda Force, Fulbright, Sasha, Silent Beast, Cutter, Little Sean, so many others. Those were good days, man. Vanguard was a good place. It's sad that, Vanguard, I don't know if you keep tabs on what's happened since then, Bills, but Vanguard, we moved eventually into Maw, and then Vanguard merged with VDO, shortly after I moved from Vanguard into Maw Chromium. And then just today, or just yesterday, I guess now, VDO and Maw have formally parted ways for a variety of reasons. Complex situation, but overall, it's sad to see it go that way. I think it's a loss to Maw, but I wish VDO the very best. They're an excellent guild. We actually, I'm in Maw Rhodium, and we just lost to them. I mean, they got their chops, so don't let anybody tell you they don't got it, because they got it. I just all right. Still going strong, I see. That's right, troopers. I'm not dead yet. I can't believe it. I actually have work tomorrow, but trust me, I'm going to get it done. Got alcohol to finish. Then I've got a big old thing of water that I'll chug before I eventually go to pass out at some point, I'm sure. How that? Bills. I haven't followed, but I love spending time a bit in TI with Azrael. Now, I was never in TI. I know that was one of the original, major guilds way on back when. That wasn't my time. I never claimed, I started December 2018. The game launched, I want to say, November of 2015. So, never claimed to be a day one OG, but day one OGs do talk a lot about the TI days. Hey, grab a drink. Grab a drink, troopers. Absolutely. Enjoy yourself. Enjoy yourself. Devo says, I haven't kept up with CU, but they beat Maw yet? The high-end Maw? The top Maw is Chromium. And I want to say, in the not-too-distant past, they might have. Like, as far as the people that Chromium worries about, I would say it's pretty much VDO and CU. And that's no offense to my guild, Maw Rhodium. It's just VDO is pound for pound arguably nastier than Erodium. Like they're a very skilled guild, and Chromium themselves have lost to them in the past. I would say those are the main threats. I would say those are the think I'll take it. Yeah, Pills, you were in TI at the end before it merged into VG. Yeah, that's funny. You would know that whole section of history then. So I joined Vanguard from Alpha approximately 2 weeks before the TI split off of Vanguard. That was what happened. Like, we did one TW set, and then I want to say the TI folks were like, nah. Something like that. It's funny. Weathering, I mean, it's not been my experience since Vanguard, but at the time, I kind of was laughing to myself because it's like, I always join things just as the good times are about to come to an end. Like, I've had several jobs where I joined just before they cut the benefits or some significant perk was reduced or something. It's like, huh, how do I always get to be this kind of lucky? Like, don't get me wrong, there's different levels of lucky. There's the kind of lucky where you don't win anything good, but you also don't get hit by a bus when you try to cross the street. I have the not get hit by a bus when I cross the street luck. So it's tough to complain when I don't get the win stuff luck, you know? Link says, "Oh my God, Tess, I gotta beat the entire gauntlet as well as solo base." Yeah, man, there's major competitors. I know you're young and hungry with that account, 5-point-something million. You'll get it up there. You will fight. You'll fight. You'll fight the mean one. Devo says, "I wish I could have kept up with CU, but they start." Okay, so you were a former guild member then. But they started getting extremely competitive in TW, and you couldn't keep up. I remember when CU was ran by a 16-year-old. Wow, I don't know much about CU or its guild culture, so I wouldn't presume to say. But yeah, no, they're a serious TW threat. I wouldn't want to undersell them. That's right, Irokoro. The luck has to balance out somehow. That's what I'm saying, man. Like, that's how cosmic forces work. Like, if you're not getting a lot of something, that means you're probably getting a lot of something else. You squeeze on one side of the balloon, the air has to go somewhere, type of thing. All right, what is it? They have this guild has a really interesting schema for deploying. I think they by letter. Anyway, congratulations! Fully 4 hours and 20 some odd minutes into this stream. Holy shit, we have. This must be one of my longest streams ever. We might set a stream record tonight. We're crushing it, guys. We're crushing it. But this, man, we are firmly into the next day now. There's my daily reset. Okay, fun. All right. Oh no, what does that mean? Oh no, that means I missed my have to come. All right, guys. I will be right back, and then we will, soldier on with a little bit of conquest and some more questions. I'm still basically going until I start to fade. So we'll keep it moving. Back soon. Back in just a moment. All right, we're back. Did I already do the Dark Side ship battle? Yeah, I did that much earlier in the stream. Did I? Some... I'm not been reach. Lord Vader. Meant to do all this earlier. I got it. Keep the questions coming, folks. Don't be shy now. It's already been damn near 4.5 hours. People stream this game? Wouldn't know, says Yotter. Yeah, man. This is extremely rare for me. I almost never stream this late. And also, if I was, it was probably going to be for Grand Arena. So, me staying up on a random Monday night into Tuesday, US time. Sticking around on Conquest, getting drunk. Uncommon, but here we are. We're having a good time with it. So, happy to be here. What's up, Megatron? Good to see you. What's up, troopers? Where in the world are you at, troopers? It's gotta be late for you, too, wherever you are. What's up, Zuli? Good to see you in the chat. Drink up. Burning the late night oil out here. Doing Conquest. I'm a little disappointed in myself. I didn't get all of my refreshes done for day one of Conquest. So I'll have to compensate for that a little bit later. You're out in the Midwest. Okay, it's a late night for you, buddy. I'm out here in Michigan. I know about it. Sure. Blowing them out. I'm gonna end up buying that Conquest. Probably buy it tomorrow and do it off stream. Definitely not gonna stay up and Go through like 1,000 conquest energy. Who's better to be faster, Finn or Zori? I like that question. The answer to your question is the first character to be 340 should be Zori. The first character to take above 340 should be Finn. Finn is much more capable of being 360 and higher. And Zori only really needs to be 340, but I like her to be scary fast first. She's a threat condition unto herself. Troopers asks, I need a hot take opinion. Do I get Lord Vader ASAP? I'm only like 3 wrecks away. I mean, compared to what? This is usually the response to this type of question is, should I go for X? It's like, what's the next closest thing? What's the next other competing priority? If you're, it sounds like you're relatively close. You have added incentive with the new raid and the era battle to go for Lord Vader, so it would be hard to think about what other option you're going for right now that would be more urgent than Lord Vader, especially considering you're only 3 wrecks away, but what else would it be for you? Oh, you need to know from a content creator aspect. Well, definitely Lord Vader then, because everybody's going to want to be seeing what's the new hotness, right? So you can't go wrong. You can't go wrong with going after Lord Vader. You know you're going to get value out of that. People are going to want to see that. Oh, Vorgy, man, you have fond memories of going to hookah bars in Ann Arbor. Yeah, I didn't go to University of Michigan. I did my first couple of years at the University of Florida, and then I went to Oakland University in Auburn Hills, I want to say. But yeah. Lord Vader, best GL? Soon, Zuli, soon. Those who did not believe will be convinced. Yeah. No, absolutely. Testing Lord Vader with the dark side clones is a slam dunk for Swugga content creators. And absolutely believe. Answering a DM real quick. Okay. No. You don't have. Yeah, I don't want you to give out anything he feels personally identifying. I mean, that's fair. Fair, buddy. Gavon says, I recently remodded my resistance. Zori is 348. Jesus. Finn is 344 right now. Finn faster for the swap does make sense, says Eero. Yeah, Finn, you want to swap to Zori or Poe? Yeah, it does make sense to have him faster than Zori for that purpose. I'm just used to seeing Finn, I'm used to seeing Zori so scary at 340 plus that I feel like her just having the zoomies is a threat unto itself that I think a faster than her Finn enhances. And if you look at my own Finn, I want to say my Zori is 341 and my Finn's like 360 something. So I'm right there with you that Finn should be faster. I would probably hit the 340 mark on Zori first, though. I don't hate that. I wonder who my second GL should be. Azurite Bird and have Irokoro saying, if you don't have Jabba, I'd recommend him. I mean, yeah, you can tell us what your kind of options are. You can tell us what you're thinking about going for. What in the hell did I just... Here we go. Clones, what are the effective? Damage down. I feel like this is the balance sector. Isn't crit damage down? Good chance down. L3 Hira. Alright, there we go. Got Ahsoka as my first, currently gearing for Zepho, might do Jabba, Rey, JML. Wow, you got Ahsoka as your first? That's legitimately impressive. Alright, you saw nothing. We're professionals. Ahsoka's a great GL for sure. Gearing for Zepho, might do Jabba. Jabba's a solid recommendation. You're probably not getting enough mod slicing materials or calibration materials if you're not maxing out Smuggler's Run too. I think that's a good way to go. Dash with Han gets 3 out of the 4 feats done. I'll probably run that when I run out of Balin. Why not run Balin? Well, you're supposed to actually let Shin go. Kind of kill him. That's a good feat. Recommendation. Dash, crit chance down, and crit damage up. Scoundrel feat, and Han evasion. Solid recommendation. Merc feet, yeah, no worries. Not gonna bust your balls on your turn. Alright. Alright, we'll say that in the next 17 or so minutes, I'm going to wrap up the stream. That'll be a solid 5-hour stream, which is going to be nuts. The record, there's got to be some type of record. Because I'm starting just now to feel getting tugged at the edges, so I don't actually want to decompose on stream. This is basically the way I always run Conquest, is with a bunch of offense stacking mods. Really, you really can't go wrong. Now guys, just because I'm saying I'm starting to wind down doesn't mean take it easy at this point. Feel free to ask whatever you got on your mind. Damn it, you weren't supposed to kill her. You saw nothing. Speak not of it. Okay, so you said dash. I actually have Bam ahead of dash. No, wait, he's gonna gain speed from his leadership. Alright, we'll take you, we'll take you. Take you. Sure. Good news, I can watch the VOD tomorrow. I hope you've noticed from previous Conquest and Chill streams, I don't actually go back and add chapters to those. It's a lot of smoke. Hey, Link. Yeah, man, it's a late night. You're gonna have to head out. No worries. Have a great night and stream. Yeah, glad you enjoyed. I always enjoy these Conquest and Chills. You guys have requested them. I think it's fun to do them. Much less serious than my Grand Arena streams. At least for me. That was a good one. Hey, the levy auto worked for that dark side territory. Nice. All right, yeah, again, that was courtesy of a recommendation from Egnard's Discord. I don't have the link for it, but if somebody does, they're welcome to drop it here. Absolutely happy. Happy to see good knowledge spread around. Can't be stingy with the goods. Weak point is pretty... yeah. Know that you get... oh, that... yeah, after you take control of the Mal, that you can summon vulture droids onto your side. Yeah, that is a thing. That's something a Jedi would tell you. Get an easy 5 for crit damage and evasion. Yeah, it's alright. Yeah, we're getting there. Great mothers will... Alright. Let the mobs do the work, I guess. And the cards. Save this, whatever. Hi. Free CQ incoming? What's a CQ? I heard that the green quickening disc is still bugged, says Zuli. You know more about it than I do already. Oh, it gives an insane amount of speed. I see. I am still alive, dude. Yeah, Ben, you went to bed, dude. I'm still around, man. I don't know what took hold of me, but I mean, first of all, lots of great questions tonight, so that's part of it. It's actually been a very engaging conversation for me. But aside from that, like, yeah, no, it's only now I'm starting to feel the tug. So that's what I'm saying. I've got maybe another 10 or so minutes in me, and then we're gonna probably close it down and make it a nice, even like 5 hours stream. So again, we're in the final minutes here. Probably another couple minutes of fighting, and then I'll do the wrap up. Infinite content glitch. I might do another one of these Conquest and Chills later in the week, but I gotta do plotting and scheming tomorrow. I want to do the other videos for Treya and friends. I mean, I did the Treya video like not last week, the week before. Need to do Nyla Savage, Alan, Scion, like that. Do you do a late night stream? I mean, yeah, if you're a YouTube content creator for Swugga, if you're a Twitch content creator, if you want to boot up here, I'll raid in you when I'm wrapping up here. You can do that. I don't want to see. Yeah, Eli, I'm still alive. Right. Alright, you're gonna shotgun a beer and set up a stream? Alright, yeah, that's good. Yeah. We'll be done by, about 9 minutes from now. That'll be when we're wrapped up, so. Got some time. Get that beer frosty. Get ready. Wow, a lot of new folks joining the Discord tonight. That's awesome. Thank you, guys. Welcome to have you. Yeah, I agree. I completely agree, Azurite. I absolutely love this stage for this fight. This is fantastic. Completely agree. Wait, it said all Ufus or no? About Mandalorians, then. Mandalorians are acceptable. Oh. There we go. Yeah, isn't this just stunning? I can't wait to see them elsewhere. Hi. Yep. Buttery smooth. Alright. I'd say that's a reasonable place to start winding it down. Let's get ready to do all the regular outro stuff, folks. Of course, if you're watching me live right now, then you know that you can see me at twitch.tv/Tassinix. I also simulcast now from my YouTube channel, Tassinix Gaming, so if you're not already there, check that out. There's the link. In addition to being the repository, the long-term repository for all my Grand Arena VODs, I also have a host of other Swugga-related content over there that I think you may be interested in. Not the least of which being my Datacron set guides on set 20 and 21 currently. I make those with Aesop Rock, the #1 Grand Arena player in the world. I have the mod guide videos on characters and factions that you've been asking about. Of course, the how-to mod videos 1 and 2. We've got the GAC Omicron tier list video. That's a few months old. I do need to update it soon. Dagger, if you see this, you can kiss my ass. I will get it done. Eventually. Promise. In addition to that, it is a rebroadcasting point for my Grand Arena focused podcast, Plotting and Scheming. I make that with my friends Dagger, TJ, Sasha Aisha, and Fatal. We break down the previous week in Grand Arena, duking it out in the thereabouts of the top 100 of Kyber 1. We talk about how we dealt with the meta matchups, our favorite attack and defense of the week, and, the lessons learned for the week to come. And of course, anything else we think that's worth sharing with you. So you can always expect that there. That show is also natively found on Spotify. But wherever you find an episode, check the description. There is a link you can use to plug it into your preferred podcast program and follow us there. Aside from that, if you want to be in touch, the place to do it is my Discord. So if you're not part of the community already, get on in, join. And aside from that, anything you see on the YouTube, if you enjoyed it, give it a like. Hit subscribe on the channel to see more. Likewise, if you're here on Twitch, drop a follow if you enjoyed and you want to be notified the next time I'm going live. Appreciate everybody showing up and, filling out. Lots of great questions tonight. And if you want to go above the Call of Duty and support the stream, you really like what I'm doing here, there's a few ways to do so. First of all, I have a Cash App that is $Tassinix. I do have a PayPal. Out. Tassinix@gmail.com. And of course, if you want to get some enhanced scouting tools, early access to some of my content, and of course, some other fringe benefits, you'll have to check out my Patreon. Patreon.com/Tassinix. For any upwardly mobile Grand Arena player, there is something there of interest for you. At $5 a month, you enter the Tass House at VIP access, where you get early access to the Plotting and Scheming podcast, which is coming out to our general audience on Friday mornings at 8 a.m., but patrons are getting it as early as Tuesday night, within hours of us recording, so that gives you an early edge on the first round of the week. And, hopefully that helps you out. In addition, you also get early access to the Datacron set guide videos, and of course, dedicated text and voice chat on Discord, where you can usually find me lurking, so pop on in and say hi. Thank you so much to Andrew, Banja, Deadpool Kyle 28, JJ's Productions Twitch, Jobin4527, Johnny B. Ottawa, Miasmal, Mus Ross, Rays Malvis, Sam Vimes, Sheepdog47, Squed, Stark Strategy Gamer, Sweens14, and White Wolf. Moving on up to the $10 a month tier is VIP Access Plus, where now you have the option of, in addition to getting Patreon access to me, your choice of bundling that with OmegaBot or Hot Utils. So, you already know that OmegaBot is the tool that I like to showcase at every Grand Arena stream, showing in an at-a-glance sense the offensive and defensive tendencies of your opponent. Anybody could use it to pull a report on their opponent's last week of history, but patrons can pull a custom report with any number of weeks. You have a downloadable HTML version of the report that you have embedded links into that'll take you right back to swugga.gg or Insight, whichever you prefer to use, helps you further minimize the scout. Or you could go with Hot Utils, which is, of course, the #1 tool for your mass mob management and loadout creation. No other tool allows you to so easily move between your Grand Arena, TB, TW, and Raid mods with just a couple of clicks. You can remod your roster comprehensively, the way TJ and Fatal like to do. You can slice through months of mods you've been building up but not wanting to carve through. In addition, there's a whole bunch of other TW functionality that your guild might appreciate. But thank you so much to these VIP Access Plus members: Dobby, Esh Sotnikam, Mini GK, Ploon, Shake23501, Snack Attack, and Striker. And of course, if you want the enhanced power of both bots, VIP Access Premium is $15 a month for the double bot bundle. Some have said the greatest value bundle in all of Swugga. Thank you so much to Argots, Arj, Big Ninja, Duckstab, Darth Link, Dark Hug, Frick Frack Paddywhack, General Milan, Ibanek, Kev, Hills, Twig, Saldag, Sir Boss, Sophus, The Lost Womprat, Wilco, and Zoltre. Moving on up to the top of the list, Ingesters Club Elite, the one, the only Nomads Reaper. This man pops in a stream from time to time, goes crazy, drops hundreds of subs in one go, thousands of biddies, incredibly generous support over the years. Thank you so much, my man. And of course, last but never least, our special thanks. First to Yoda Force, one of my original supporters from way back in the day, bought me the mic I'm speaking to you on right now, and even though he has long since quit the game, we wish him well from the other side. To Mrs. T, my wife, thank you for all you do in the background, whether it's furnishing me with coffee or alcohol as the situation demands, or if it's just keeping our daughter from tearing apart our home brick by brick while I'm trying to be halfway decent at a phone game. And of course, to Dagger, TJ, Sasha Aisha, and Fatal, my co-hosts on Plotting and Scheming. Gentlemen, as always, it's a pleasure and a privilege to record our show together. We're nearly 2 years into the endeavor, and every week I find myself learning from you guys. Hopefully the feeling is occasionally mutual, but regardless, our community learns a lot from us. A lot of great conversation and engagement around the show. You guys are instrumental in making it what it is today. Wouldn't change a thing. Thank you so much. All right. Moving back on over to the main scene, I shudder to think what madman is still doing anything Swugga related at this hour. But we're going to go ahead and check. We'll give the courtesy check. My God, Zeppers himself yet lives. What an absolute madman. This is one of the chillest, just most cool guys to watch. Couldn't imagine somebody else that I would enjoy watching more at the exceptional almost 3 a.m. portion of the evening. So we're going to go ahead and set up that raid. Thank you all for showing up tonight. It's been a really fun stream. You know, Conquest and Chill is something that you guys love, you guys request, and I find myself enjoying more and more. So I'll see what I can do. Keep fitting these in, you know? But yeah, letting that raid set up. Wow, got a whole bunch of folks queuing up for it. Oh, crap, that's right. Who was it? Hold on. Got to set up the... Okay. Troopers. So how do we do? Edit? Yeah, I think it's here that I redirect. Add troopers. Troopers on break. Late night. Save. Okay, I think it's set up to raid into you, troopers, so let me know on Discord if that works for you, but hopefully it all checks out. Anyway, we're about ready to raid out here on Twitch, and until next time, it's been real. It's been awesome. Been real awesome. Take care.